fate. There is no such thing. Surrender, rule, or be ruled. Compromising deals. Strung by the dollar, ruled by the dollar. You can give to the government. Well, will no longer allow you, or will no longer sustain life. To give too much. In an evil fucking government. To make no money off of your talents. To give and to keep giving. Even if it's just crumbs every now and then. Crumbs are still valuable resources. There's no such thing as trash. To the most powerful, most well-organized limbic system. The spiders. The fucking spiders. To say that all spiders were evil. Perhaps not. If the spider eats leaves. But do you hear the screaming cries of the agonizing torture of the leaf itself as hole by hole gets ripped from it? Did I feel that? Why wouldn't I have if I would have? Could I have said ow, even if I didn't feel that? Ow! Why say ow now? Why does anyone do what they do? Why be in tune when you can be obscure? Sort of cute, a demonic entity in itself. Geometry. The less, the easier for most. Why very few songs? Why more songs? What time would frame you be in? What selection do you work with? Where is your mind? Before, after, and during. Where is your mind indeed? It's easy to rob someone who is too giving. Is it not? Or is there no such thing as robbing when you are giving? Always giving. Always open to be robbed. You didn't think that one through now, did you? one's mind in a box and to make that box their world. I mean, there's an episode, SpongeBob. I'm trying to comprehend, right? I mean, searching for the meaning of life, the creation of life, the destruction of life. If it's so easy, if it's easier, even easier than breathing, to create and destroy, then what is breathing? And why does it need to be necessary? For it doesn't, does it? What is love? That Kappa ring, what do people really love, and who do they really love? To question the cocktail, the brew, to vote upon it, to let democracy decide. What do you love? You can love and never have what you love. Never know how to love. Never to love, never to be loved. To go overseas to find true home. To find that home never truly was where you were born. The country, the government that you were reborn in. A brand new birthday will come upon. One day, March 10th, will no longer be my birthday. Easter, 2 days to resurrect, to do the impossible, to snap one's neck, to do the vicious, and yet pop one's neck back into place, to do the impossible. 2 days to resurrect, less than 2 days, to their calendar, to their light cycle, to their orbit. So it happened so fast, or it happened so slow, that you couldn't even comprehend it. It was happening at all. You see, speed is nothing without accuracy. You could be fast, you could be slow, but either or works, right? Depending on what it's used for, accuracy. Some don't have to abide by the laws because they benefit and they're more accurate by not. So, other words, yes, people can be better than laws. Absolutely. All that is well will end well. The magicians would hate me to tell you their secrets, for they truly are magicians without their secrets. A true magician can create right in front of you all a brand new illusion and tell you exactly how they did it, even show you how they did it, and still be able to be and do. Why is privacy so bad? Why is privacy so good? Demons. Why does one play a horror game? Why does one make horror movies? Do you think that if they didn't, perhaps they would? Would they? Are you suggesting that people love serial killers? And they may or may not all be identical. A serial can have a brand new number put on it tomorrow. 1. 11111. A lot of ones. 22222 333333. ABC. To time travel, to be a time traveler, and to record everything. Everything. And everyone. Even the ones who didn't want to be recorded, even the ones that would hunt you down and seek to destroy you for recording them. Record them all. From the past, go to from the present to the past, bring it back and slam it on their current tables. And go into one future and you'll find that it splinters. He might have went into the wrong one. But the past never truly lies. Humans do, though. Oh my God, leave it in the past. Let me be anew. But then how would anyone be honest? How would anyone truly be honest? To be true. The truth. None of this new truth bullshit. With a doctoring illusion, a sight, a painting. Well, how do you think Vladimir Putin pulls it all off? That's a glorious painting over there. Don't you think? Doesn't even need to say it. Just stares at the fucking painting, looks at the frame. Oh, I don't have to kill anyone. Because I know how to whisper to demons. I didn't kill anyone. Something else did. I didn't pull the trigger. I gave them what they wanted, and so these soldiers went about to do as they wanted. Yet I, Vladimir Putin, did any of you witness me ever kill anyone? Are you suggesting that I'm a warlock, a wizard? I mean, who sits in a room like the governor and Rick, knowing the massacres are occurring, and makes a deal instead of solving the problem? Why does the United States never solve a problem but always likes to relocate them? Why does one government thrive off insanity? It's very weird. Not really. Weird is just like pulling a veil over someone. Off them. Oops, where'd the painting go? Oh. Turns out there's a brand new reality over here that I was totally unaware of. There's more to it. What? Slater's Bay. In the eyes. It's like, I don't like the way you talk. Your accent is garbage. It's like, where do you get that accent from? Where did you get that accent from? It's like, I am drunk. I could make my own booze inside my body without ever consuming booze at all. Why do drugs when you can brew drugs and be the drug, right? What if being the drug would influence you? What if an idea was powerful enough to influence someone? What is it? Sorcery. Who went about and decided that philosopher is not sorcerer? Who changed that? Why? What if I told you that once upon a time that sorcerer and philosopher were exactly the same damn thing before someone went about and tore it apart and said, well, look, chemistry. Look at the particles. Look at the particles. And then people could shout, developers, 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 all over again. Oh, the hell, the creators. Take me to your leader. It's like you got all heated up and they didn't take you to their leader? I see what you did there. As a catch. I almost lost my mind. Until I told everyone that I lost my mind, and then turns out there was more than one person. On the outside of all the other people's. The characters. The characters playing the characters inside the characters that are actually the characters playing the characters. The characters ever ends. Why don't you do something? Like, why don't you do this or that? Why am I not doing something right now? Am I doing? What is this? This is doing. Is it not? You know how much work it takes to poison yourself and to find balance with poison? Next second you gotta say, pick your jobs wisely. Your career choices. I got in the business of juice. Not really. That was just you might actually believe that. I gotta be careful. So, as theater goes, you could say they don't pay enough. You could say nobody loves me enough. Wrong cell at the time. Just happened to be in the wrong jail at the moment. You could say exam splinched at the moment. Yeah. Part of me over here, part of me over there. Who says I'm not there? I'll take credit, partial credit, for pushing, for Stephen Kinging, for pushing, for being a pusher, and for pushing the existence of Beetlejuice 2, for Beetlejuice. I like to think it was all me, if I'm not careful. I can have an ego too. An ego cocker off the next second is created. Turns out, as easy it is to create, it's also easy to destroy. Too easy, one can say. It comes natural, you could say. It's like, do you really know other languages? Konnichiwa. What if I told you hive minds? To know other languages? What if I told you I didn't even know the English language, and one didn't even need to know the English language? What if I told you that every movie is nothing but a variant of what it could have been, would have been, and has become? It's like what was, what is, and what will be. All the variants of a single film. And people get fixated. You know, they lurch, they pounce into the Disney films even. But what the fuck is the Disney movies coming from? Where did the horror stories come from? Before they were kidified, supposedly kidified. Or cleverly placed inappropriately, but acutely placed inappropriately, perhaps. What is inappropriate? Tomorrow, nudity is more preferable and more natural, and clothes is shameable, is a disgrace to wear clothes. It is repulsive. How dare you wear clothes? The laws. The communities. All the nude communities. That's a beautiful painting, ain't it? It can be. It can also be an ugly one, depending on how the character is created, destroyed. Era cry. It's like, I can see me tunneling and hitting my own light. And then I could see myself destroying it and morphing into a mansion. And I could use that mansion in infinite ways. And then I could take a pebble, a single pebble, and also use that pebble in infinite ways. The evidence that there is no such thing as trash. Transformation. Why are you where you be? When will you not be? Will the keys? No one hired me. I was not employed in the right career set. The wrong lifestyle. What? Once upon a time, I got into the video game world. And I even went as far to collect art like I, walked in my own museum. I hosted video game parties before I hosted music parties in my living room. Well, most of those were actually in a bedroom, which some could say is kind of weird, but we made it work. But not sexually. All around, to think of everything, the horrors, the monsters, the process that doesn't even need to exist to just be able to think of everything. It's just effortlessly there. So look at vomit and really stare at vomit, and and any gag reflexes you have to learn how to disattach from that and rearrange it and make yourself feel and teach yourself to find it attractive next second. If you're not, maybe let's go. Vomit. It's like, what is a kink? Is it like a joint? Something just unhinge? Something get unhinged somewhere? Little structure fell? I'm sorry, I barely speak English. My bad. The true love. The day someone had the nerve to dissect it and ask, what is love? Like, what is truly love? What is truth? The nerve of someone to put it into the ether and to tear it apart and ask, what is it? Create, destroy, create, destroy. Create, destroy until you can't anymore, right? To finally hit the rock. Dwayne Johnson. There you go. To say I would never is to say that one is enough. To be one, right? Am I wrong? Okay, so anyway, all awkwardness aside here, I'm about to transform myself if I'm not careful. See, I come to the conclusion that it's ignorance, that the stupidity of life, all of the ignorance, all of the stupidity is associated with even the chance of being brainwashed or hive-minded, which is not love. It's just mental hijacking. And someone has the nerve to come around and call it such a word, a spell. Democracy votes upon it. At the end of the day, in a court of law, did Johnny Depp and Amber Heard really love each other? Did they really? Why would two people get together and then separate if they loved each other, even for a moment? Is love even a thing for a moment? To just experience in the flow? Or my personal favorite of lately is the transactional love. Which makes a lot of sense now with all of these I will only if you pay me $1 million. Well, not that much, but still, they're like, you must buy me flowers or I will never love you. Is conditional love a painting in a frame? It's a peripheral vision. And how long is it a peripheral vision? Sounds a lot like programming to me. Sounds like a lot like programming, but programming human brains with the chemicals. Once you start to learn, it's like, why do you need pills to get healed? Turns out you don't. Like most people don't. What if I told you that the greatest medicine in the world is knowing what a mind is made of and how it functions, and to create and destroy, and that you can not get lost in it and get lost in it, but never trapped. The moment you're trapped in it, that's a geometric hold. Truly trapped. You see, there's the invisible traps. One can say they're not in a trap. But then one can say, how much do you hope? How much do you wish? How much faith do you have? One can say that faith, hope, is a trap, a geometric design, a gift for someone else to decide. Your fate is no longer in your hands, or is. It becomes, because you have surrendered to hope, wish, and fate. What is one of the worst things in existence? Potentially. Why obey the purpose given, the destiny, to rule or be ruled? A tool in the construction and destruction. An obsession. An idea so powerful that you could just sit in the corner and stare at the wall and say, create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy. And everyone else will see that. You know, everyone else will see the man on the moon, you know, staring at the wall, saying, create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy. But meanwhile, the man staring at the wall, repeating those words in English, is actually on a whole other planet. And then, next second, when someone discovers that that person's on a planet, I've already left that planet and went to the new. They're like, oh. They're trying to keep up. They're going somewhere. They're somewhere else right now. Can I come with you? To create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy. I want to come with you. God damn it. How do I come with the guy in the corner? What the fuck? I really want to go with the guy in the corner. Where? What worlds? It's a create, destroy, create, destroy. Exactly. You point up at the world and watch it crash down. You point to the ceiling and say, hey, I see the universe right now. You see through it, all the universe. Atoms and particles. Rip open a hole. Is it the exact? Now, if you can rip off the ceiling imaginarily and put a fictional vision on top that only you could see, a portal rips in the air. No gadgets needed. No tools necessary. Just look up and you see it real selfishly for yourself. A portal in the air. And now, okay, fiction. You have just discovered that you can create this vision with nothing. With nothing. And now, you're like, well, how can I filter this and see through objects and see what is actually there in this current moment? See, to channel like a clairvoyant, a psychic, Mars is bright tonight. Mars is like significantly more brighter tonight than usual. Bloody centaurs. Need to shave my beard. I need to go into the Forbidden Forest again to shave. Ask the centaurs if they know how to shave. Why would one need to? Why not grow a patch right over your eye? And walk around with a hair patch. Doesn't have to stay. It could be changeable. I don't know how to love you. I fell in love with the guy that had the hair all over his eyes. And now that you got rid of it, I don't. No, you're not the same anymore. This is divorce. I'm sorry, I didn't fall in love with you. I fell in love with the hair around your eyes. What a character your hair be. It's the worst case scenario, the world will hate me. Worst case scenario, I'll get assassinated tomorrow. Or now. I better watch out. That's not even the worst. You wanna know what the worst is? You wanna know the worst? I'm good at horror. The worst of the worst is to be programmed. And to know that you're being programmed. And to be reminded that you're being programmed. In an inescapable hell. A hell where someone outsmarts you. Every door, every exit. Waiting and knowing everything before it happens. Like an evil psychic, even. And they don't they don't even completely program you, because that would be too nice in hell. They remind you that you are their servant, their slave. It's like, Jesus. May it be more kind to forget, but still evil, even to need to forget. She's still the illusion. Yeah. You could probably hear me, right? Spider, spider, spider. How can we crawl on one's arm? And how would one feel with 8 legs upon its arm? Mixed in the hair, walking on the arm. Prick, another little prick, another little prick. A little fuzzy, a little sensation, see? Such an tune. That ain't no spider going around. See, there is a spider. There is a spider. Imaginary spider that you so happen to be able to be in tune with the sensations as if they were actually truly there. Turns out, when someone says control yourself, you can actually control yourself. control, love, what you hate, what your emotions be. We accept the love that we think we deserve. You deserve love? What if I said that we deserve to be completely immortally free, without such structures? Why be imprisoned by abuse, by a program of emotions? Why have someone rule you with emotions when you can Vampire Diary that shit? Rule your own emotions. Then to teach your significant other, here's a grand old test, to teach them how to be free, assuming that you're in a relationship with someone that doesn't know how to be free, and see if they truly stay. And can you handle that if they did leave? Can you handle that you allowed yourself to love them and to educate them at the same time, to teach them of the freedom, but also to always have the door open, to never lock the door, to always have the door unlocked for them, to give them the key to come as they please? Now, will they though? I'm talking about an actual house. That's an obstacle course, it can be. Now you gotta worry about, like, oh no, I gotta go knock on everybody's doors. Can you? Yes. I mean, anyone can. It's just the program. Program. Do you need to? To need. What is need? Survive. Wouldn't it be nice to have a garden that you don't have to pay tax for? To be able to provide health care that you don't need to tax for? That you don't need a trophy for, or award for? Wouldn't it be nice? Turns out farmers could do that. Quite a bit of farmers could. And it's the government that comes and says, listen here, fuckers. You're gonna die to our tax. I mean, you're gonna give in to our tax. Make peace with it. It's culture. Force. Like, why watch a movie that's stupid? So you could become stupid momentarily, to stoop lower, lower, and lower. Okay. Can you? Okay, you can go there, I can go there, you can go there, but can you come back? Surely you can go to hell, to the next layer of hell, but can you come back? Dante's Inferno, the Divine Comedy. One day, I'll be a football player. and I'll be ripped. Then the next day, I will blow up. I will be this, the next big, beautiful model with my beloved hair patch. I will grow an eyelash so long on one side for all to see, and make sure the other one never grows at all. Put a stopper to it. For a day, at least. Then the next day, I'll go back and work at the balancing of weights and pattern adjustments, and get back to Sujitsu me. And then I'll retire and go to the next. So finally, potato wins. And just for a couple of days at least, potato wins. And potato wins and potato self. Besides, does the world really love me? Do I need the world to really love me? I gotta sink further. The sinking city. I need to sink further before I could surrender to such things. To never settle for anything but true love. Why won't you sleep with me? God damn it. I was once offered the role to be a prostitute. Yes, I look different than I do now, but this even looked different. This was a bit different, but not much different. These actually on the sides, like right here, were barely different, but this really got different. You know, all I had to do is put on some stress lines, and be like, make me look more ancient, more Nostradamus. But anyway, I'm going to become this potato for a bit, I think. Transform and let the world see. I've been doing some thinking about grossness and the pros of doing the worst of the worst and to see. You know, really will, tell whether someone truly loves you or not. I even suggest all those hot models out there to do exactly the same thing. If you're always living up to an image, say fuck the image. Say, hello, I'm going to be gross for today, at least, and see what happens, what occurs, and how long. And remind every date you're ever with, pull out the photo, at least, or go on the first date. Better yet, go on the first date looking your worst on purpose. And say, well, yeah, this is what I can do. Or perhaps you could whip out the photo and be like, this is me, too. So do you love me? Do you really? Can you love me, truly? Da 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 da. To be continued, perhaps one day.
In the business of growing the Garden of Eden all over Not just my eyeballs, but everyone else's too. For at least a weekend. For a week and a weekend. In a week start. A weekend with an A instead of an E. Or a whacken. Awaken. Whatever. You make a great storyteller. You shall. You know what I almost called this? I almost decided to lie and call this Dante's Inferno. No, I actually can't remember what I was going to call it. I don't write things down. I burn them into my noggin like lasers. Because if I do write them down, it's always gambling if they survive or not. Do you think I chose for those books to survive? No, they chose for themselves to survive. I didn't do shit. Those books did it all by themselves. Xbox tester. Xbox Ambassador. PlayStation. Sex player. 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 Oh, I'm just playing.
How many of them are there?
Too many.
You're not a real football player unless you can play football in the pool. No, you're not a real football player unless you can play football in a wave pool. No, an ocean.
Clive, there's something I need you to know. I saw the Patriarch do things no one should have to see. And so I swore that he would die by my hand.
I understand. I faced my demons, and you must face yours.
Well, I didn't shine. You might have, though.
We're nearly there.
Push
Just one last push.
through the power of the internet. Push, you psychic. Unrealistic being. Doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And no kissy kissy. Kiss of death. Witches. To go to the Pentagon to do paganism. It's exclusive. It's exclusive. Exclusively made by me. They're too capable of getting dirty. You need an extra coat. And blue was his signature from the beginning. Almost went with red. But I felt like I was deviating if I did. I decided not to deviate too much. So I went with blue.
Shiva's dominant.
This
Come
really
to beg forgiveness for your
cool,
failure.
altering blue and how it reacts to the light
For years, I followed your orders.
and the darkness.
Fought your
Since
wars.
my rooms are usually
All to
engulfed in
protect
darkness
the
anyway.
children you took. Just as you took me. And what did you do in return? You put them in chains and you slit their throats!
Fiend.
Their souls were sullied with a stain of ether. I merely cleansed them of their corruption. A penance paid, just as the Holy Mother wills it! Repent, abomination! For a monster like you to set foot in the Holy Commonwealth is in itself a crime deserving of death.
You're right. I am a monster. And my soul is stained black. Though not by ether. But by the evil of men like you. Who made me close my heart and drown in darkness when I should have raged against it. This is my penance. I will be your monster no more. Nor will I suffer you to create another.
Cursebreaker.
Does the beast bare its teeth at its master? Come then, dominant. Rage.
Fuck you, Mom
be
and
as
Dad.
you have ever been. A monster!
And what are you, Imran? I was
Fuck
forced
this
to kill.
generational curse.
You do it by choice. But never again. I bowed to you once. Now it is you who shall bow to me.
Kill them.
Now!
Right.
You sure you can break the curse, lady? You sure you're trading power in this answer? Breaking the curse. With one another. For the future. Let's get destroy. I split up. Whatever this one. And look at that.
Jill! Defeat! Come on. Remember how it felt?
Potato.
Why? Why can't I do it?
Potato format.
Please. Just once.
Cool. Alright.
She won't be able to hold that alphabet forever. Better make this quick.
Cool. In control. Temperature. Let's control the load. Just a make a breaker.
That's better. All right. I won't take long.
I didn't use the goddamn potion.
that. I failed.
Yeah. We're barrel warriors, we'll get you. Brain to brain. Fuck you, mirror guy. Fucking end this guy. Right there on that fucking camera. To be able to say such things and to feel such things and to do such things and yet still be able to change such things. For never to have such holds on one soul but one itself to be. Which Wiccan put the bad word on me. How would I ever get this bad word off me? This bad word makes me unsuccessful. Oh no, my weakness. It has a reach to my soul. The curse word. All you gotta do is say every single name, every vulgar name to yourself and pretend that it's someone else saying it to you. You want to really get hurt? Find the hardest force field. Then fall in love with someone who never loved you to begin with. And you will hurt yourself still. Turns out. I will never be married. Madly. Have you ever met your soulmate? What would you know your soulmate to be?
I'm going to finish this, Clive.
We're gonna do attraction. You need many animal that roller coaster. There we go. What's love, baby?
Here. Use this.
Surrender. Surrender. To surrender. To be inflicted. To be inflictable. You sure? I have a hunch that that's just still some kind of abuse. Sounds like abuse. Part of me is like, it's incredibly abusive. To oneself. Why would I go? I was feeling like absolutely bad shit insane. All I can think of, all the fucking obsessed.
Are you watching, Sid?
It's you.
No one step closer to freedom.
I don't care.
What did you do to it?
Mind-altering drug. Radio reception art.
Oh. We destroyed it.
Oh, don't think. Just feel. Hive mind.
Monster! Monster! Do you have
I am
any
inside
idea
you,
what you
Harry.
have done?
This is
I
how you
do,
know.
Father.
This is love.
I have killed the monster and become
I'm talking
an
right
outlaw.
now.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
I can also do puppets. Believe it or not. Harry. Would you like to be my friend?
And Shiva
I
exacted her
am
price.
talking right now.
She did.
Real robot voice.
Again, the burden fell to
How
you.
are you doing today? It's been a long
And I
time.
bore it willingly.
We come from this place.
This was a
It's from
sin for which
another
I
world.
had to atone. Now I
Another
can
what
continue
soul?
at your side with my head held high.
I do not come from Earth. I do not need a mouth. Mouths are for the weak. Only the weak need mouths. Jesus.
Clive, look.
Are you weak enough? Are you strong enough to be weak enough?
It's just
Are
like
you
the one
strong
at
enough
Phoenix
to be
Gate.
weak? Shaking knees.
We need to leave.
Agreed.
Why would you go to a shaking knees concert? Unless you want your knees to buckle out. Comparison to death. Compare. So if I tickle the knee, that's all it takes. If your knees are ticklish, this is what this means. What if that wall was magnificent? Like, that's a beautiful fucking wall. I think I might just be able to make myself love that. That's the problem. You don't get to choose. Democracy will fucking choose for you. get to choose. We choose who you love, what you love, how you love, what defines you. It's a vote. I'll put vote on if this person over here is,
Your Grace.
you know, real or not. Are you a real human? Only a real human if the votes tally up and say that you are. We're doing an interview
You're bleeding.
inside a box
I have
of
a tonic
votes.
which will...
I thank you for your kindness. Truly.
What is the box
But
supposed
I
to
assure you,
represent?
I will survive. Please. Save
Is
your
voting
medicines
just
for
another way
those
of
who
saying
need them most.
trust?
Oh, well,
Don't
if
see,
you're
don't know.
sure.
Just give in to the box. Ah. Democracy's a woman?
For a moment there, I felt my brother's presence.
You did.
I fear he is in Ultima's thoughts again. But why now, after 5 years of silence?
Shit.
I cannot keep him sealed away much longer.
Your Grace.
Frequency energy. What is this sorcery?
Do not dirty your hands.
Alchemy. This ain't fair. Fuck this. Reminds me of a time when someone came into this
Look at them all.
diner that I was sitting in New York City
The
and said,
river
I want
flowing
a
to the
boat.
sea.
They didn't give a shit.
Or moths to a flame, perhaps. The crystalline dominion
Shouts
their
it in
light
front of
in the
everyone.
darkness. More and more lose
True
their
story.
homes to the blight and set out in search of sanctuary, while others lose their fortunes to the Dalmekian levies and leave to find new livelihoods. What is it that you seek in the Dominion, Your Grace?
Chemistry, you know?
Oh,
Alchemy.
Dion Lesage.
You mean
With a lot
the
of
Crown
patience.
Prince of Sanbrec?
Someone else said.
He has many
Just
titles.
ruling.
Dion the Bold, Prince
Yeah.
of Dragoons,
Even,
Odin's nemesis.
you see what I see
Bahamut.
is
I met him once
everything
when we
is
were
ruled.
children. He was a chivalrous soul even then.
Even those
He
who wish me
served his
dead
empire indefatigably ever
have
since.
And you are
can be
confident that
beneficial
he will listen
and have
to what
use.
you have to say?
There's no
Our
such thing
world
as
lurches
trash.
ever closer to the abyss, and a hidden hand ushers us onward. Ultima's influence extends to every nation, Sanbrec included. If His Highness is the
Also makes
man I
me
believe him
famous.
to be,
Or
and
infamous.
I pray that he is,
Puts me on the map.
this truth will not have escaped his notice.
So it's not like I don't get anything out of it. They'll selfishly build onto an ego. Because I can. Because I can. I could create an
As the
ego.
mother crystals fall,
I can
the
also
eternal
destroy
flame
one.
wavers, and the azure sky begins to bruise. How lucky we were to be blessed by the crystals, and yet how spoiled. Like canaries in a gilded cage, growing fat on seed.
Says in the world, a world within a world inside a world.
But now, the bars are closing in, and we must take flight.
Go to the
Painful though
bar.
it be to leave our home behind,
See if
it
you
is
can leave
what
the
we
bar.
must do to be free.
What happens to the bar? You do the bar breach down. I'll break it
Agency
up.
that men cannot live without.
I'll destroy you. I'll make you
A
break
blessing
you.
that leads to damnation, or a freedom that leads to deprivation.
What is the line?
I do not yet know the answer to
Well,
that question. Do you, Clive?
Will you die?
Your Grace, let us find a place to rest a while. We can return by the Dalmekian trail once you have recovered your strength. I realize your duty is pressing, but if your health should fail...
I know. Thank you, Yote.
Hunting. deadly pursuit. Oh, spirits. Everywhere. In-game, out-game, in another personal game, inside the head, developers, non-developers, other formats of influences. English, non-English, semi-English, elementary witchcraft, high school witchcraft, college witchcraft.
Attempt to breach the Empire's defenses and gain the Isles of Ark has failed yet again.
Only because your fleet has proved as impotent as a eunuch on lane.
Street witchcraft.
Would you rather we simply fell back to the capital?
Enough, both of you. All here agree that the Empire cannot be allowed to maintain its illegitimate claim on the Dominion. However, our casualties mount with each passing day.
Put a spell on you. I love you. What the fuck? Why are you
There is a
doing
literal scene
source?
betwixt you and your prize. The armies of Sambrek need but sit back and watch as you harmlessly lap against their walls. They are dug in like ticks and seek to draw out this siege, knowing the capital's stores are nigh bottomless. And what of our wise rulers? Goaded into war without any thought as to what chaos it might
And
wreak.
drags all with a star. I am not interested in material objects.
Republican soldiers starve,
I, the
waiting
living
for orders from
Necronomicon,
Randalar.
am only interested in one thing and one thing only.
If you would but take the field, their bellies would be full by nightfall.
Ruling
If I take
all
the
of your
field,
fucking
so too will
souls.
Bahamut, and our duel will shake the island to its
This
foundations.
all of your souls.
Instead of liberating the Dominion, you would doom
But
it
I'll
to
lift your
destruction.
soul out, Daddy.
Unless that
I'll
is
lift
what
your
you
soul out.
desire.
If our learned advisor has a solution to propose, we should be glad to consider it.
I'll rip your soul out.
Is that the Emperor's?
What is the meaning of this, Lord Kupka?
What it means is that I am disinclined to advise you any longer.
Don't mind me, I'm not here.
Ah, the looks on their faces when you walked through those doors.
Guys, creeping me out.
Perfect picture of
Jesus.
stupefaction. They could not believe
I'm
their
not even here.
eyes.
Just
Though I confess, I had my own doubts whether or not
in
you
the
would
background.
accept my invitation.
fuck. Just ruined everything. I can't even do comedy up here. It's too weird. Who's the fucking guy that's sitting in the front row?
Such shocking news.
It's him.
Sid isn't a
That guy
son
right
of
there.
war.
He's not even on the
He's the
stage.
son of an
Singer.
empress. Your own dear Clive.
He's got the sorcerer.
Sid, who fed you these lies?
He's got the uncanny
I
valley.
have never spent a moment among criminals, save at the gallows. I came here with my
I'm sorry, I only do
not to
horror.
entertain your baseless accusations, but to put an end to the senseless hostilities between our nations.
It's not my fault if it becomes funny.
We'd only agree to the terms I set out.
To you.
Sid took the life of someone dear to me. A woman by the name
To me,
of Benedicta.
all comedy is
I
horror.
swore to take his in turn. This would not be disagreeable to you, I take it. You would finally be rid of
I'm
the stain
serious.
on your noble name.
666
I will leave Sanbreque
words.
in your capable hands.
Dante's Inferno.
Your Imperial
The Divine
Majesty.
Comedy. It's only 5. No, it's not. You gotta take it further.
And all for the love of
Looking at the cover.
Dominant or no, one cannot hide
There's more
one's
than
breeding.
666.
And beasts will ever belong with beasts.
9 layers of hell. What if I told you that there was 990 more?
For you, my darling Olivier. Soon enough, you shall be the crown prince of Sanbreque.
Right when you think you're out of hell.
And when your father
And you
goes
have
to
solved
meet Great Griga, you shall be emperor of all you survey.
You have entered a new,
The old order shall come
which was
tumbling down, and you will rebuild the world in your glorious image.
We will brainwash you, and you will believe that it is a new truth. It will consume you, and everything you know will be mine for the designing. We got ourselves another victim. We got ourselves.
She's been in there for hours. Something must be wrong.
Another hand. Let me teach you the glorious beauty in everything. Right hand. What should it be made of? How far will I go to dissect this hand? And what will happen to me if I dissect this hand? How attached am I to this hand? And what will it do to my very soul, to my very essence, if I dissect this hand? Shut up! You're killing the magicians! You're killing all the fucking secret magicians! You're giving away our secrets! God, I hate modern.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
He doesn't even sell it, he just gives it away, you evil fuck. You could at least sell our secrets. What the fuck?
Our man in Dalamil mentioned the cook has got
The calm before the storm.
I've done what I can, but the rest is up to you. You need to start taking better care of yourself.
Understood. And thank you.
The curse has spread. Make sure she rests.
If it hurts, you can tell me, I'll understand.
I can bear it.
People are suicidal
Not anymore.
when they go to the slot
This
machine
isn't just
for love.
your struggle, Clive.
They go on the line, the
When we
internet.
see how hard you fight, it inspires us to do the same. Or
I was a
would you
psychic.
rather we left you to save the world all on your own?
This fog came in.
No. That's not...
Turns out, I love blind. I've been saying this for years. Real love is not blind. It's bullshit. There's a programmable structure of substance of ruling and a trait network inside the chemistry of a body.
In here.
You trade fluids to even create a baby. There's chemistry and development of baby
What's
making.
wrong?
You don't even need humans to make a human.
Whose area's under attack?
What?
True fact. You can be cloned.
This isn't the Dalmekian army we're talking about. It's the men of the Rock from Drake's Fang. Hugo Kupka's private guard.
Again,
There is in hell in
the worst thing
trying to batter down the castle
on
gates.
Looking for me.
Can be argued to be one of the best.
Seems that way. Reckon old Hugo has finally worked out who Sid really is.
It's called
Then this is just another trap.
humans.
It's a trap, all right. The daddy of all fucking traps.
The best. And to make war?
I'm going to Rosalith.
You're not serious. That's exactly what he wants you to do, Clive.
Look.
What about
Kukal is such a grudge against Sid.
I think
but as long as it's left to fester,
my child,
will never know peace.
My Baru
He has
will
dragged
be
the rest of Storm into
a
this
mutant.
pointless war just to find me. Besides which, I'm not about to stand and watch while my home gets
with godlike
ground
powers.
into the dirt.
I will make my child the most powerful that has ever lived.
I've lost enough friends to that man already.
None will be able to
I don't
compete.
want to lose any more. So let's go and kill the bastard.
I'm coming too. After all, we're in this together.
All right. I should probably speak to Otto before leaving. We need to know what we're getting ourselves into.
You listen to all this magic, poetry. You didn't see me say anything until now. But the truth is, I've said this over 10 years ago. Difference is, I wasn't recording it. Really old for me. I didn't really knew it all. You know, is a saying new like something you're supposed to say? You're supposed to lie and say, this is new to me. It's not. Not at all. I could pretend for only so long. Wow! Did you guys see that? There was a dragon on the screen right in front of us. Like, holy shit. That was cool. What do you mean you didn't see it?
Let us know if you find any rotten planks. I'll see about replacing them.
It's about time.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
To leave for Rosalith at a moment's notice.
Don't worry. Everyone's prepared.
I've barely set the presets. Wrong button. Again, wrong button. Let's see here. Got these attributes. Put these attributes somewhere. I think. Maybe so. I don't know. Let's see here. There may or may not be more things. Probably. I haven't even taken the time to learn any of that stuff. Let's see. Breath of the Wind, accessories, bracelets. You know, this one's actually stronger. defense, the rarity. Yo, you color code something. Do you choose something by its color? Do you choose it by its identity? Like if this, like, you know, what is more rare? Who decides what means what? Where? Right? Or is this true? How true is it? 64? Is it really? 18 more up? Is it really? What's this number? Like, how much of a difference? Is there like this slight increase? If something tells me all of this stuff, period, is simply for cosmetic role players. It's invisible props at the end of the day that only mean as much as you want them to mean. It reminds me of acting class, where we had to, one of the many exercises was we had to introduce an invisible prop on stage that everyone could see though. And then you had to interact with the next person that left it up on stage. You go up, you interact with their object, and then you leave one, they come and interact as well. Now in the stakes, you want to raise the stakes, you would to make things more challenging, you say, which isn't really that challenging, but it can be, I guess, for some, but it's make the person have to exit a certain way. They don't get to exit on their free will. I think it's better, because then you kind of get a gist of what they would choose how they exit. But then if you put a hood on it or on top, it's even real creative. You say, okay, you can't exit. If you're going to exit this performance, you have to die. But here's your freedom. Here's your freedom. You could die any way you want. But you have to die. But you have to leave an object on stage, and you must interact with that other person's object and then find a way to die, to kill your character. See, here's the hard part. Now, if you tell them that they have to die by finding a way to die by interacting with someone else's invisible prop, then you are raising the stakes even further to see how creative someone can be. Because you're like tensioning the box, like suffocating even more. You're also giving them room to breathe a little bit, right? A little room, but they have to work with. See, me. Well, let's put it this way. I walked in the classroom. I'm pretty sure I was wearing all black. I had like a hoodie on or some shit in the background. And I might have, even though I look awkward, out of place, right? I did say hi, though, even though I think a lot of people probably wouldn't have. And I was like, I didn't exist. I didn't exist. I didn't exist. The moment I walked into the classroom, I didn't exist. I could have said hello to everyone. Didn't exist. Then the moment I got on the stage, I see all these people leaving these invisible props and dying in like the most serious ways, and I was like, well, that's easy. All I gotta do is say fuck serious. No one said anything about it, it had to be serious. They're all in the mindset making it serious. Like I'm watching people go up there, leaving an invisible prop, and then dying in like serious ways. Like interacting and finding, somehow where you can actually believe that they're going to die, which is some of them, which is you got to be able to read what's going on at the same time and understand that, okay, how can you work with this? And know that not everyone in the crowd is going to even be able to comprehend everything anyway. Someone may be a smartass, might be able to have more of a leg up, but most aren't. Most of the audiences don't even, so that's why mistakes are made in movies all the time, and even movies that have more time to breathe than on a stage. Stage is harder than a fucking movie. I've never even done a movie, and I know that a stage is harder than a movie. So, look at it this way. I was like, nah, instantly. Fuck, no. It's like, these people are just dying in the most serious ways. So, what I did, and you may or may not like it, but it was enough to make people laugh, because that was the goal. All I had to do was introduce comedy to this very serious situation that was occurring, and yeah, it worked because everyone was laughing. That was kind of the whole goal. Do I remember exactly everything that went down? No. I just remember certain details. Like not existing. And then following and seeing how serious everything was. And then, instantly, nah. And then doing comedy instead. Or dark comedy, you could say. It's not my fault that people have a sick sense of humor. So, yeah. It was not, that's just an accident. That wasn't even a play. It was nothing. The first thing I've ever done was not on a stage, like in front of more than one person. Well, actually, I don't know if this was the first. More than one person, like describe, because I used to do some weird reenactments before then, or every now and then. So, but like in a school, and in front, like when people go up to do, like I don't know, you say something. There was a classroom play. And I think it was something to do with a pond. I don't know, I think it was like, this was like second, third grade or something I was in. It had something to do with a pond. And there was like a frog. There was like, I don't know, like I don't even remember the name of this fucking thing, but I know there was a pond, and I see like, what shit would have like the giant plant shit in my head, but anyway. I played a very fat at the time. I was actually chubby at the time, and dragonfly. And sometimes people thought I was a butterfly, but it was actually a dragonfly. And I went in, I had a very, very few lines, and it was awkward as shit. The closest thing I can compare it to is that really cringy scene that Johnny Depp does in Into the Woods? Shows up for a brief moment, plays the wolf. For a brief moment. It's kind of like that. I did that but I did it with like a dragonfly, and it was not about I'm pretty sure that was about like, it was like, I don't know, like that was a lot weirder actually than mine. I think mine wasn't that weird. It was, but I could do that. I know I could. I feel like I could. All I gotta do is be weird. But it's, you have whole pattern, act, you know, it's character creation, character destruction. Here's something that can take over if you let it. I don't know the word for it, if there is one, off the top of my head, but I know that you were so funny, and then you had to go and get so serious. What the hell? I got that. Because transitioning, going from, even if you're playing something fictional, like, all the internet's a lie. 90% of the time, it's, to me, it feels like acting even when you're talking to a normal person. It's like fucking acting. It feels like theater. So, it's just like, oh, okay, so going here and names like, oh, how are you? Nice to meet you. It's like, yeah, okay, well, nice to meet you too. My name is, Dragzar Witchestar, or something. You don't even, it's like, what's your real name? It's like, that's my real name. It's like, my age. You'd be like, I'm 300 and something years old. You see, and it instantly comes to this conclusion that this construction of ideology, of these musts, aren't even the answer to begin with to what people are looking for. And they're like, oh my god, nobody knows how to contain or be in a real relationship. You know, they just say it differently. That suits them more. And I come to the realization that people are falling in love with characters for this ideology, this idea of what someone should be. And I'm like, no wonder why shit's dying. Like, doesn't last. If I fell in love with a character, I would deserve to have that relationship be broken up. For being an idiot. I would let myself feel that. And then I would regret it. And then I'd have to come back and redesign and then no longer regret it. Because as fast as regret comes, it can also become unregrettable. Believe it or not, everything is changeable. Absolutely everything is changeable. Think about resources. One thing can be a trillion things. Portals. Are they delusions? Can you say that a director is delusional for having visions? Could you say that, right? Can you say that a carpenter, they're having visions of the layout, is mentally ill? Who would I be in the wizarding world? I need to be aged. If I was to cast myself, you gotta look for English kind of vibe. And I'd have to adjust to it. I'd have to become it, right? You don't have to be English. But I feel like Dumbledore would be one of the easiest characters to play. He's supposed to be kind of like this weird mellow guy that's in the background that's old. He's not really supposed to be aggressive like the second Dumbledore. That was actually that was really different. That was wicked different. The second Dumbledore was violent. Oh my god. Scared me. Severus Snape is cool. I like Severus Snape as a character, but the thing about Severus is it goes back to sometimes you gotta be the villain to take out the real villain. And not everyone is equipped to doing that, and he just so happened to be equipped and tied into a secret contract alliance on the side of another alliance that's also on the side of another alliance. So, and did he love Lily? I believe he did, yes. I do believe the character, he absolutely, I mean, he could not love anyone else. Let's put it that way. No one else could ever take Lily's place. So yeah, if he loved anyone but himself, it was Lily. I don't think he even loved himself. I actually think Severus hated himself. That's why he was like struggling with so much. And but he was just because he was so destructive to himself, he was also able to create easily, which made him a master, able to beat one of the greatest, legitimacy of all time, right? Lord Voldemort's supposed to be. Severus Snape. It's just like why? What's his weakness? His weakness was always the love for Lily, because it was real. He just was really, really bad at English. Something like that. But really great at inventing languages. Inventing spells. Create, destroy, create, destroy. But, Albus Dumbledore, on the other hand, well, how I look at the character is he does come from a family that already had a name. His father and his mother, and then you had this, obviously the story of his sister, and how she was attacked by Muggles, and how Dumbledore's father, went and went to go put them in their rightful place. Responded, by the sounds of it, violently, but never was clear how he responded. Apart from he responded enough with I think he did. I think his father, if I remember correctly, did use. Part of it was because he used wasn't it the Cruciatus curse? If I recall, he actually did use it, I think, on the Muggles. I think he snapped and went after those who inflicted and, I think raped even his daughter, or molested her. And then he just snapped. And Albus was top of his class in, at the time, from all the houses, even before he had the Elder Wand. And he had all these endeavors, and he had this pen pal that he also fell in love with, which is Grindelwald from Durmstrang. They shared a passion, And I think some of it comes from his father, where when he was younger, why he thought a part of Dumbledore believed that Muggles needed to be ruled. And it kind of like taught him that there was a questionable evil side to him. And I think Dumbledore was aware of this, and that's like why he rejected so many things. Like he turned down the role of Minister of Magic because, if you think about it, and took up the role of Headmaster after being the Transfiguration teacher. Even though I don't know where he eventually at some point he was the Defense Against the Darkest teacher. I guess they wrote that in. But from my understanding, at least when Tom Riddle was in school, he was not the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, he was the Transfigurations teacher. According to the Chamber of Secrets. When you go 50 years back, he was the Transfigurations teacher. And I believe he was. I'm pretty damn sure it said that. But I might be wrong. But anyway, so he knows shit. And and I think he could have took up that job, but he's like, a part of him, he's like locking up demons, let's say. And that's why he's like, I'm gonna teach people instead. I think that's what really kept him and said, if there is anybody that should be headmaster, then this is the career I should absolutely do. That's my take on the character, at least. And he did have a suppressed from his childhood, but he was able to learn from it. That's the difference, you could say, and also teach. And he knew that there's certain roads you go down that can alter you, and he, I believe, knew that he could be altered by the road, or he believed he could be altered by the road. I think he feared taking on certain career sets. Deep down, he just didn't say it. Despite he could have. And he had plenty of opportunities to do so. But he chose not to. He chose to be the Hogwarts headmaster instead. Which is still a pretty powerful role, right? For if you're a fan of that school. If not, then not so much. Like, there's still a board. Lucius Malfoy was on the board. If they're remaking the movies, into TV shows each season, I do see actually returning actors. Not obviously playing the same character, because I think like people like Draco Malfoy could just come back and play Lucius, play his father, stuff like that. Like there's, if you wanted to, like there's some characters that you could just see like, and also draw back to that still exist that, right? You might be able to be like, okay, I could see this. But his father's a lot eviler than Draco. Lucius was part of the, his fear. I believe he was in the same year or close to the same year as Tom Riddle. I do believe he was one of them. I think McNair was too, if I recall. There was that he is one of the original Death Eaters, though. Like Crabbe and Goyle, for example, their parents as well were originals. Like Severus Snape and stuff wasn't. Like there was just characters later on that he recruited. Peter Pettigrew. And somewhere after Lord Voldemort went to school. And before
the Marauders and Severus Snape went to school was there's a time because Arthur and Molly did not go to school at the same time as either of them. So there's a time frame where you know where they went because you just know that they didn't. So whoever was also around their time, which was in between, because I don't believe Arthur and Weasley are as old as, not even close to, Voldemort was like 50-something years old. And Harry's parents were like 30-something years old. I believe they were in their 40s, Arthur and Molly. My guess. So sometime after, because Voldemort was in his 50s, during the 90s, at least, right? Because he was like during World War II going to Hogwarts. It's kind of an easier way to remember it, I guess. Just be like World War II. Voldemort was in Hogwarts. So he couldn't have been a part of the that giant wizarding war. But I believe Grindelwald was. I think he might have been associated with World War II. I don't think he was associated with World War I, because I think he was inflicted on quite a bit of it, and then came out and decided, now is the time. And he saw it coming. It's like there's a thing in that movie that it's like almost no one gave a shit about, and they didn't even put it in the third. And it reminded me of The Dark Mark, that Bong, literally that telepathic, or not telepathic, but that psychic Bong that he even used to show people, like World War II before it happened. I actually think that was the coolest damn part of the movie. How they did that. That's like, but when you look at this, like this whole thing, idea, and structure, there's room for all sorts of things. Just like Merlin is official, and we know that there's been more than one dark wizard and witch even. Obviously, I don't think there is a dark witch like high ranking in the 20th century, but I believe there was at least one in the 18th or the 19th. So at one point, and then you have obviously the King Arthur's, who is a Muggle, which is a part of it actually, because if you pay attention, it's actually written in with Merlin. I think he still served a king, like a Muggle king. He still was connected somehow. And then they had or he was associated, but it's unclear. That's open for writing. I don't even think they even have it set in stone 100%, so it's like adjustable for lore building. Their characters like Merlin, and so it's kind of like either King Arthur had to have been. See, they just said there's no royalty that were wizards or witches, but if his sister is included in the story, wouldn't that make her was a princess that was just, happened to be born from a Muggle family that happened to be a witch that probably just got lost to history? I actually think I think she actually could be qualified as a real half-blood princess. Right? You could say, not just a nickname. But it's like, and she was also evil as shit, if I recall. Which is, she was not a good guy. She was a villain. In the stories, I believe. But, there's like all sorts of arcs and where you can go down and go from where. See, some things that are like set in stone, like the 1600s or the 16, I believe it was 92 though. It's like, that's how I kind of remember because it was my birth year. So either 1692 or 1792 when the Triwizard Tournament, the last one was taken. So it's like, that's the problem with the Triwizard Tournament in Hogwarts Legacy. If they're in the 1800s, is that it's already been shut down. So sometimes I think they shut it down too soon. But, I don't know. If there's a Hogwarts Legacy 2, do you think it will take place after Hogwarts Legacy? I didn't finish it. So I've been playing it very, very slowly in the background. And I'm close to finishing it, but I kind of got the idea of what's going to happen. There's lots of lore things in the background, so it's just think like it's very interesting because there might even, you ever think like maybe there is history that was not recorded? And even when it is recorded, it's recorded differently at times. Like through the victor's eye, victor's mind. So yeah, I guess is what I'm trying to say is that maybe Hogwarts Legacy 2 should go back in time instead of forward in time. And I wonder if they would be allowed to do a game where you went to, in the era of World War II, of Hogwarts Legacy 2. Or imagine they create Hogwarts Legacy 2 like when Dumbledore was going to school. Or, stuff like that, or they do, if they do go further into they decide to keep going. I mean, shit. If WB is allowed to, they could do that. They could go further. Hogwarts Legacy 2 could literally have young Dumbledore in it. Then Hogwarts Legacy 3 would be in between, where you'd have to pick a different time. Maybe you'd pick the time when Newt Scamander went to school, perhaps. Hogwarts Legacy 3. And then Hogwarts Legacy 4 would probably be Lord Voldemort's time. Tom Riddle. And the last one, like the furthest you would go, because you wouldn't probably do Hogwarts Legacy while you're going to school, Harry. I doubt it. They would. I think the last one the idea where they would go probably is they might, but I think, but I'm calling it and saying like Hogwarts Legacy with the Marauders and having the Marauders run around the school during your time and you're interacting with the Marauders and the Severus and the Whomping Willow is now there. It was planted for Remus, and Dumbledore is headmaster. Because he was headmaster, but he wasn't headmaster before. He was headmaster before the Marauders, but he wasn't headmaster during, like, when Tom Riddle was in school. I believe it was Professor Dibbets, or something like that was his name. And I think he was even written as, like, an incompetent kind of president, but not, like, the worst, though. And not the most hated. Actually, I think the most hated one is the one that you get in this one. I think Professor Sirius was actually considered the most hated headmaster ever in Hogwarts history, if I recall. Like, people did not like him more than any of the others. I think there was a headmaster, or headmistress, or headmaster that was Weasley. There was, it might have been. When did Dibbets come in? When did Dibbets go to school? When did that headmaster go to school? Did he go to school, before? Is he older? Or is he around the same age as Dumbledore, or is he younger? I feel like he's older. Not even around the same age. So it kind of makes me think, shouldn't Dibbets have, been in going? See, I don't think Hogwarts Legacy is 100% accurate to the lore. I think they might have missed out on certain characters that should have had certain things. So that means that this first game could have additional content regarding to missing characters. I would say that's essential for the story than caring about gameplay even. For gameplay wise, it'll probably just be cosmetics, because I don't think they will have an actual full gameplay unless it's like interacting with certain wizards that are a part of the lore, or like side quests, like additional side quests. No Quidditch, because they want you to buy Hogwarts Legacy 2, and that'll have Quidditch right from the get-go, which will be one of the selling points. And what would be going on then? Hogwarts Legacy 2? If you're going to do either, if it's a prequel or a sequel. A prequel or a sequel, let's see. See, that's the thing, like, there's certain things, like, there's pros to both, but you can't really do both correctly in one game. Like, you kind of, like, have to get the okay to have, like, two different teams developing two different, games, and then they won't even be the same. Like, you would go back, like, you have to go all the way back, word in time, for one team and work on that time period with content, and then another would have to come work on another game, and they'd be working around the two of these games at once. One, obviously they would be doing different elements and different things with some of them. So in the past, they would probably go with one of these games would could possibly, I don't know. It's a good question where the hell they would go with it. Like they have so many choices. They could go as far back as when the founders even created the school to begin with, if they really wanted to, or they can go to. I think it would be a really fun game is if they did go back to the time when the Triwizard tournaments were taking place, and it was a custom, and that would be an excuse for them to also build Durmstrang and Beauxbaton School from the ground up to be like wow factors. So now you're not only getting Hogwarts to explore, but you're also getting Durmstrang and Beauxbaton, because, you know, if you only do one school, then you would give the players another chance for a perk in DLC or the next game. Like, I wouldn't host a Triwizard tournament in the Wizarding game at Hogwarts. I wouldn't host it at Hogwarts. I would actually have it hosted at either Durmstrang or Beauxbaton, giving the player a chance to go to that school at least. And if they let us, well, we might be able to figure something out how to integrate the other school. Maybe it will be a game that is a you know, maybe here's an idea. What if they create a game in the Wizarding world that's based off one of these three schools, or the schools that were participating in the Triwizard tournament, and instead of it being a Hogwarts student, you design a character that's going to a different school, and you're interacting with that school, and then you so happen to be, you know, be able to, they take you over, because you know, back then there wasn't an age limit, if I recall, on the Triwizard tournament. That was a new thing, and so they were able to go and bring everyone over to the other school. So let's say if you were a Beauxbaton, then you would go to Durmstrang for the Triwizard tournament, but also Hogwarts students and teachers would be there at Durmstrang too. Or vice versa, if you were a Durmstrang student and they decided to host it at Beauxbaton. Now that's a crafty idea right there. That would totally go off this script in a really neat direction, which no one, I think, would expect. Because I think people would expect it more to stay more to the books. Because then you could really, really just go off and go with, like, you don't even need to. Because there's so much mystery over there of unwritten content. The only thing really is if you're doing Durmstrang, then you're going to need to, I believe it was a Durmstrang student wasn't it that person who even created Azkaban or something was originally, so that's long back. So it's like, or, you know, there's certain things where you can do, and depending on, and this is before Grindelwald, so all the Grindelwald signs aren't going to be there. And I don't know when the Deathly Hallows signs showed up at Durmstrang, but I do know that they were mentioned. They were put in, I believe, they were in the Deathly Hallows book. They were mentioned in the Deathly Hallows book. That I believe there was Deathly Hallows signs, like, I don't know, etched into the school, which I think is where I don't even like there's signs of what Grindelwald put at the school. During his time, but the signs, I think, were there before Grindelwald, the Deathly Hallows signs. But and who said that the Triwizard tournament was canceled for all schools? Come to think about it, there's nothing in the lore that says that it was just canceled for Hogwarts. They put an end to it because the judges, like, at any moment, they could have reestablished it in another school, in other schools, and then just Hogwarts was just not interested in participating, and just decided, just like for many years, you could say, like, all the Japanese consoles and stuff that people didn't know about, it still happened, but in America it was like, nope, 1995 PlayStation came out, right? It's like in their history books, but it was like, no, actually not. It was 94. Right? So it's like, there you go. I just beat the system. I just fucking beat the system. We can do a story in the future as long as Hogwarts is not participating in the Triwizard Tournament. And still have a Hogwarts student that just so happens to know what's going on and able perhaps to be associated with maybe a foreign exchange student from Hogwarts going to Durmstrang or something during a time when they are hosting it. The sad part, though, is that you probably wouldn't be able to play. You know, your character wouldn't make sense unless they were able to stealthily. You might be able to help another character and participate at least in one task. But so it'd be very, very limited experience, but you'd still have a taste of what they could do. Right, is that not what it is? Clickbait? But the Azkaban scene, when you're a Hufflepuff student, is that not like clickbait to show you, wow, what this could even be? Like, with the mentors and shit? There's two different lores, though. Like, I remember seeing two different lores, and I don't know which one is canon and which one's not, but one, they might even both, but I remember one said a dark wizard created the Dementors, the original Dementors, and also created the castle, which was, I guess it was a castle or something before it was a prison. That giant fortress belonged to some evil wizard or some shit, like a long, long time ago, and then before it was turned into a prison. And then there was the other one is that Dementors were simply just created off despair. They were born. They didn't breed. They were born in despair. They came from the torment of everybody and everything. That's where they come from. Is that they weren't created from. They're not normal beings. They're like, or creatures. They're pretty much created off of your torment. And then maybe someone just, and maybe the Dark Wizard, that's where things get mixed up. Maybe he just opened the doorway. See what I'm saying? And then the mentors were able to be made. And they just kept making themselves. Or being made. Because in other words, he would have just morphed a door or created a doorway, which would have made it so he didn't technically create the Dementors. He just opened it up so they can be made off of people's despair, and that they can make themselves afterwards. All torment. Which is like why there's a shitload of Dementors. And that they actually can have more and more Dementors. But they contain, and why they're focused, it's like they're pretty much like also baiting the Dementors to stay here and be guards to Azkaban. It was like food for them. Because no one really controlled the Dementors. The Ministry of Magic didn't, even had, supposedly. That's why it's said, like, Dementors aren't on anybody's side. They're gonna go where they can get food. That's why they were so quick to join Voldemort, because Voldemort offered them more food than what the Ministry was providing. The Mentor's Kiss. Drain your soul. Oh, you said they always will play I could pretend they didn't, but the truth is they'll always play a big part. There's books up there. And because I'm a self-learner, before I knew it was self-learning, right? When I was in the school with certain things around certain time, like, at least during that time, I taught myself how to read off those books. This is what I'm basically saying. Yeah. Nobody taught me. I didn't have no teacher, no English teacher teach me. Like, I was so distracted at that time, at that age. Like, no one was teaching me shit during that time. So, I taught myself. My mind was wandering non-stop. So, I didn't learn. I don't think I almost feel like I didn't learn anything in first grade. Oh shit. It's like, I actually, when I look back, I'm like, I don't think I did. Like, wait a second. Because it's just like, oh, patterns, symbols, oh, basics. Oh. Because a lot of times in how the school strip, it would just be like, refresh, add a little more, and refresh. So, with my experiences when I look back at school, it was mostly a memory game. That they were really trying to teach you how to remember things. And they were like slowly easing these you know, like attack, like depending on how they were going about it. So I wouldn't be surprised if, especially in this day and age with the internet, like how behind schools can be for those who are growing up in the age of the internet could actually be advanced in education more than their grade. It could even have a bigger chance of graduating earlier, like larger numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if that was a thing that would happen. I think kids are getting smarter. Even ones who had trouble. You could have a window, like if you were like me, that didn't have very many options. Like growing up in the 90s and strict school systems that had limits. We didn't have the internet and all this access of knowledge. So it's like afterwards, it's, you know, people I do believe it's like you can really outsmart. You have to be like just interested actually in how someone who grew up around tech and raised their kids how to harness the intelligence from it and decipher the difference between bullshit, which there's a lot. I mean, this thing is a fucking full of fake shit. But you could still find bits and pieces of things, and you're right. So and if you have a mindset like that, it might not be great, right? For if you are like going to go about things the same way, though. Here's the problem that some people might have, that I think is not a problem. I think this is great, but other people think it's a problem. Is that if they don't follow the rules or the line, and you know, and they're constantly on the cycle, and they're way over it, they have an advantage. Now, what is going on, I would imagine, is that if someone is smarter, that, and it's like, at least back then, right? You know, I don't know. I'm trying to just get an idea. Like, you would be on this level. You have to go back down to this level. Like you're trying to teach people to be less smart. It's like, what the fuck? And then they realize maybe that's wrong. And then like, wait, can we do this? Like, why would someone flip out? You're like, you ever see like videos where people are skateboarding and then people would hate them for just skateboarding? Like on a school property or something, they'd just be like driving by, like, or like skateboarding just on a sidewalk, going by the school, and like get harassed by a teacher or something. Like it's like a sin. Do you know what that tells me? That tells me that at least that teacher, or those type of teachers, aren't really that intelligent. And they have demons. That is, if you're able to be bugged out by someone just simply skateboarding, then that is a you problem. That's not the skateboarder's problem. If they're destroying the environment, that's a different story. But I don't think they'll all do that. Like, you know, possibly. But even then, some people embrace graffiti. And it brings culture. And they're okay with it. You know, so there's all these other things too. It just depends on how it's taken. And who's around and how they're doing all this. And go about. It's just like, is there demons? Because that's what you really have to look out for, is those who are doing it for all the wrong reasons. That's the thing. How do you cipher the liars? It's the Imperious Curse all over again. I learned a lot from those books. And integrated with the real world at such a young age that some could say was questionable. So if there was anyone actually that could be adapted for at least a story that would be in that universe, if I was allowed, it would be me. You could argue the case that I would have learned how to read eventually, but I didn't know how to read until I picked up those books and taught myself. They were never on the curriculum. They were never in they were never in English class. I do remember books in English, but I also remember not being interested in over a lot of them that were like these mandate books that I just, like, some of them come to my mind at the time that I just wasn't really into, like Lord of the Flies, or The Necessity, War of the Worlds was one of them, which is something that, in War of the Worlds though, I was different because there's an aspect, there's a part of it that I do find intriguing back then, even as a kid. It was the psychological aspect of how people reacted to that. You know, a lot of kids, depending on what classroom I was in, might be taking it serious. Some would be like, it's funny. See, and I noticed that sometimes the ones who were taking it serious were more affected. You know, were more vulnerable than those who were laughing, and that those who were laughing might have been coming from pain, but they were familiar with pain, but they were able to look at it and render it, you know, like, you know, what cause people to kill themselves, right? Would never have worked on these type of people. Let's put it that way. Because they just instantly, like, their type of mindset. See what I'm saying? Like, I've seen people where they're just like, and then people look at them like, okay, they're evil son of a bitches. But they're just laughing because they know that their pain, even though they're suffering, they know that their suffering actually leaves them equipped to realize what the fuck really was going on to begin with. In other words, they're really laughing at their own pain. and also knowing, which keeps them from not jumping to the death. You have other people out there, and then they're so hooked on patterns, and then one day it disappears and it's all they know, and that doorway opens, and ask yourself, what the fuck is even suicide, and why would something drive someone to, if I've been down that road. I know it's so crushing, but and then some people are using this fakeness, but I don't think the fakeness is necessarily the answer. I do not believe that the Santa Claus stories or the white lie stories and not telling people what it's about, or if you're, putting all these without explanations and doing certain things and just throwing them out, just saying it, I believe actually is more harmful. I will go as far as probably piss off some parents by saying I think it's more harmful than straight up telling your kid the truth. Because at least they can learn to process it as an adapter what they do, and then they can take it and turn it into anything as well. It's like, well, belief system, right? What is belief? And then if they're not careful, maybe the parent would have to watch out because their kid would outsmart them, depending on how unclothed they become. The speed, and accuracy. Like some people are like, won't buy a dog. Why won't a family buy their family a dog that they believe would be good for them? But at the same time, think of the stress, the mindset, someone who's not. That's basically what you need more. So you're saying that good isn't always a need, and that sometimes your needs are like suggesting that for demonic suppressed reasons. You could start, why does someone star in a horror movie? Why does someone make horror content? Could you say that anyone who ever was associated with horror, even if it's fiction, is, at least in that moment, committing a sin? Or lying or doing a comedy that is hateful? See, that's what I think why it's like all this woke stuff, and then people combating that, and then going up, it's like, well, here's what's wrong about you trying to cancel them, though. It's called freedom. You're going up against freedom of something that really, at the end of the day, doesn't hurt anyone unless you allow it to, or it's used. It's a tool. Look at it like that. It's a tool. It's like, would you shut down every horror movie because of its ability? It's like, it's the same thing. Would, a horror movie and a gun, it shares a lot in common. Believe it or not, it's all psychological. At the end of the day, in what lengths a mindset is aware of something. Obviously, a movie is more of a preserved thing that someone will go and take and be able to do than someone that has an actual weapon then could do unknowingly. Some people think that people only do things unknowingly with weapons, but sometimes people just actually, it's like, some people think, well, if I was angry with that, would you snap and do this with that? Not thinking. Like these international people punching people instantly and shit like this. It really says, are you really who you are? And who is in your head? What's in your head? I believe evil exists. I believe people do fight to keep their demons instead of getting rid of them. Or, they don't even possess them a lot of times. It's like, or they might. They learn how to rule them. They rule you. But what is it? At the end of the day, the grand sin of all sins. Ring around the rosy, pocket full of hoses, we all fall down. One is more superior than the next, finds a way to have a dog, finds a way not to have a dog. Finds a way to have dogs. And people are breeding dogs and then not always taking care of them. And like there'll be dogs like left stranded, right? Like animal cruelty, in other words. There's shit like that as well. So it's, how could you know, it's like someone's in there, they're gonna save every single animal, save the world. This selective site, save the entire world. It's like some people are like, well, I'll wear this cap, perhaps. I could only save one person. It's like my world is this person. See, that's very powerful in itself. But it's also, just because you're in a bubble, this is the sad truth about some of the most, that could be some of the most beautifulest things, or also could be the most tragic. And because you're in the bubble, and if you don't know how to get out of the bubble, you know, if there are certain things in the bubble, like if your heaven in hell is preventing you from learning outside the bubble, or learning about your bubble and what's on the other side of the bubble, it can actually leave someone, like, it could leave you vulnerable, or someone that's in your bubble as well vulnerable, if you do not know how to, you know, is your bubble more powerful than democracy? See what I'm saying? Most bubble is not. They will argue all damn day and say, they're like, this person will never have this effect over me, but then at the end of the day, they'll still mentally collapse at some kind of state of human failure, of as a, you could say, as a human condition, a design, because of emotions taking over them. At the end of the day, their love even could be used against them by other people. This is the thing, right? It makes everything so tormenting. Like, it's not that I don't want love, but I am not stupid enough to say that the chances of getting it in this day and age, the way things are, like sharing and being married and having, you know, the most beautifulest wife beside me, woman constantly beside me, is a wonderful fire dream. It's a wonderful dream of just like have that. But then it's also unlikely. It's not impossible, but the chances go down that people really ever truly get what they want, no matter how hard they go about something. And how do you know who is perfect for you? To find that perfect relationship, you may even fall in love with, you know, like I said, have you ever fallen in love with traits, but unknowingly? Have you ever fallen in love with someone else and then learn that you're actually falling in love with yourself afterwards? You know, ever, like the saying, you love yourself. But what if you loved yourself because you loved someone else, and because your love for them taught you to love yourself? But at the end of the day, even if you're able to be your own cocktail and solve all your own issues and be independent, let's say, you manage to figure this all out. And if you for 1 second, let yourself tear down in the darkness for 1 second and ask, are you just pretending? Are you just programmed? Who do you really, or, do you still want that love, that you're not getting? And you're like, well, I better not tell the world this. It could be used against me. And then it will literally never let me have it. Because the truth is, divide and conquer is a very real psychological endeavor. When someone's out in the pursuit, it's too easy to fall in love with attractions. And not so easy to fall in love with your soulmate. With who you should be falling in love with. Right? Or your significant other. And they'd be like, who is this? For me, if we're talking in, career, you want to, change it more for the government. We are going to use the government, then, right, it would be a no-brainer. You get decent. Okay, she has to, she has a much power stance than I do. She's going to be a lot powerful. She's probably got a leg up in the industry. In some places, like, a power stance. Could be a producer, could be a director, could be an actress, could be a musician. But that's like, if you're doing all that for governmental or to find your love through transaction, they'll gain as well to get there. See what I'm saying? And then if you're here, let's say in like the darkness or something, and you are you able to find and be satisfied with being in the darkness too? Here's the thing. What if you could go into the spotlight and out of the spotlight and be able to do it both? Because if your relationship is like the potential fictional one, or the one that's on the books on Ariana Grande dating the realtor, the musician, if your relationship is based off of on career sets and being in places and being different, then it could mean a lot about you are more attracted to the attraction or your own infliction of doom, right? In some cases, you could say that is it Ariana that cannot love him? Or is it him that cannot love her when she is in her career and he's in his career? Would this mean that one would have to give up one of their careers to be able to establish and would join that career? See what I'm saying? Two different lifestyles could be more powerful enough to destroy an attraction. This is like when I see realtor, I see someone that actually probably tricked Ariana. I believe, if I were looking at psychologically, that he probably used his career to take advantage of a dreamer. Someone who actually has a career in the arts. But the problem is that he had his time with Ariana, right? You could say. But in the end, they had two completely different careers. Two completely different lives. His career as a realtor, that fucker may never, ever, that fucker might end up only being able to be with a gold digger at the end of the day, his finale at best, right? You end up with a gold digger at the end, or retirement, right? If you think about it, maybe well, she went and slept with this other. That's also in her career business. See what I'm saying? No matter which way you look at it, their sins, their holy and unholiness on both sides are due to their incompatibility through their career set. No matter which way. They took two paths, and are they willing to give up their career for their significant other? Because if they are, and they do, and you trust me, you have yourself a keeper. If they put family before job, before work, so but then as someone goes down that road in that direction, and then comes in to play, and you are in this, but you do love what you do. That's the thing about the art business. I don't like to think like, I'm aware that people are doing things they don't want to do, but the art business is a career that you love what you do. It's not like some people take up a career because they're good at it, and then it's hell, and they're like so thankful to retire at the end of the day. Those who do what they love will never retire. They'll be because they'll be doing what they love, if they truly love it. So it's, are you in love with your career? And is your significant other also in love with your career? If you're in love with the career. You could be born in a family with power, celebrities, and even still, you can learn, observe, learning and knowing who you are. I see people who will fall, and I see certain things where people are in these conversations and will just open themselves up for failure and inexperience, but then it won't. At the end of the day, they're giving complete power away to someone else. And if they're okay with that, see, like someone I had to throw names out, but certain people aren't interested in true love or real love. They're more interested in just the attraction, just going. They're fine as long as they can have that, keep going all the day. They're just like, but yeah, are they going to one day want to? They could possibly, but right now, I can tell you for a fact that some of them are having way too much fun surrendering to and being ruled, and none of them stay. They're surrendering and putting their relationship in the hands of someone else, not even themselves. They're not co-creating it. Or being, none of them intend to stay. Even a soldier wouldn't. Most soldiers are cheating on their wives all the time, even though they're out there trying to save the world, right? Especially males. I mean, they can have it, some of them look, I'm a military brat, you could say. And I know this firsthand because my father. So it's always lust. In the end, it's kind of like, okay, there's a part of an ego. Like, okay, in the moment someone's like, thank you for your service, and you're like, oh yeah. And then you don't even have to show it. They go off, and then start just. They don't even need a marriage. They're married to. That's the thing about soldiers. They're married to their job. They're a soldier. They're really a soldier. If they're really a soldier, they're married to the job. Once a soldier, always a soldier. People ask me that a lot. I get that a lot online. One of the questions, are you married? And I'm like, trying to figure out how to answer that. Because the truth is, can you be married to something? You can be married to a career set. You can be married to an idea. You can divorce an idea. Right? I mean, it's not wrong that you can absolutely be in a fixation of what the definition of a marriage is. It doesn't have to even be legally binding. You can be married to a job, for example. Your job could be far more superior than, career sets a lot of times, I think, is a common thing. The people are more married to their job than they are to
who they may be married to, right? So it's, like, think about it, like, would I could throw myself in that scenario, and if I'm doing what I love, like, what I really love, not that I don't enjoy it's not that I can't enjoy what I'm doing, I can enjoy what I'm doing, by the way, but it's that if I am in love with my career and I chose a career that I would be in love with, it would be the career that I would be in control of 100%, right? I would be making movies, right? I would be doing these things, and would I need to be in a relationship with someone? I'd have to be in a relationship with every goddamn co-worker on set, some way, form, right? I'd have to figure out how to make that marriage work with everyone on set, right? It would become that kind of marriage, right? So it's this construction that, and then be able to still, how are you, can you imagine if in a romance scene, not, and being a really good actor, and are you going to transform really into that character? Are you going to literally be one of those characters that transform? Or are you going to be one of those magnificent liars? Magnificent liars, you can go back and be like, it's easy all the day, right? But then on the other end, some actors, I believe there are actors out there that actually are their characters because they're able to really become them. And then there's actors who are not their characters really, but they're able to really show you. There's an interview. There's a lot of interviews out there how certain people do weird exercises, right? And they're like, okay, well, this is what I'm dealing with. You're saying here, and then people go in and do things differently. Some people, it's effortless. Some people, it doesn't affect them at all. They're almost, all they gotta do is be an asshole. Or don't be an asshole, but, like, look and play that role, and then it's like, well, that's natural. And it's like, well, we know who this, like, those type of characters are always associated with movies. Like almost every movie has some kind of figure like that. So it's like, in some ways, it's almost like they barely have to act because it's already comes natural to who they are. And most of the acting, I would say, would come to them having to learn stunts, though. I would say it would be mostly because they wouldn't have to change much. Some actors really, really transform. Like they're transformer actors, the way they do their job. And your mindset. This is the scary thing, I think it can be, is if you, open things up too much and you're changing more than you can keep a self, imagine, to the point if it is what you start dabbling and going down that road, then it's almost like you'll never be in control. You will never be in control truly of yourself, and every time you are, it's just a matter and an illusion that you're in control of yourself. You are not in control of yourself. We are in control of you, type thing. So and this whole design, like, you're going to abide by our career set or you will be fired. You must say these words. Was it Disney? You cannot say vulgarity, you'll be fired. And then it's like, and it's almost like, you ever maybe deviate, like you're not gonna say anything, perhaps, but then they're like, don't say anything. Is it? No, I might wanna. Try to draw people out. Hey, I don't think I'm going to now. I wasn't originally going to. I had no intentions, but now that you're like, don't do it, maybe I will. It'll help. Never getting hired. Disney. What would you say that's so bad?
I would just transform. I would be me. I could say anything if I'm not myself, right? Anybody can say things if they're not themselves. Can you become not yourself? Come on. Almost everyone, even the strongest mindset, can poof at least once in a while. Hold pattern. What would be the ideal show for me? If I were to go on TV and I were one day lucky enough to be blessed to be hired to be on set of something, what would come more natural? Awkwardness? Horror? I mean, what else? Shit. American Horror Story. I was born for that shit. Like, without a doubt. I think that would just be, it feels like that one would be easy. It feels to me it would be less work. You know, like I wouldn't have to change that much. I feel like I wouldn't have to take like these mass distortions of the mind to maybe go and play another character that, like a romance character or something that's strictly just supposed to be like a serious romance character. When I'm more naturally an awkward romance character would work more naturally, right? So it's like in adjusting into the horror elements of things too. I'm talking like, yes, like movies that people may or may not like. You know, I'm not stupid. I know my strengths, where they lie when it does come to the movies before I even star in them. Like Beetlejuice type stuff. I'm obviously not Beetlejuice, but I can absolutely play a fucking weird character in the background, right? That's a given. I know that. Then there's like all the weird things. You know, Lisa's Frankenstein. You barely have to talk to play a character like that Efron, or not Efron. Oh, Jesus, what that is? Sweet Life is Zach and Cody. So is it Zach or is it Cody? But he barely talks. You could say, and it's like it just gotta look really weird and be intense and be like, you know, make weird noises, and just gotta like, okay, we like that one, that made it, you know, and there you go. Awkwardness is comes natural in humans. Like when you have actors that are going out there trying to, you know, if you're going to be like a hardcore evil, you know, thug villain, you're not like, you can't be red in the face. You can't be like I am right now. Won't work. I don't think it would work. I think you have to, for that, you would have to adjust your mindset. It would take a lot more mental work to adjust to something that is more of a stern, strict character that has control entirely. That says, hey, I'm not budging. Again, the weird shit is easier than the normal shit, say. Something like that. For God's sakes, I was a fucking dragonfly. I played a dragonfly. And I will never forget that. So it's like, I will always remember that. So, Into the Woods, I might have to learn how to sing to their preference, but I can't hear my voice. You want to know a fact about me? I cannot hear my voice. A tone deaf? What do you call that? I don't think that's tone deaf. I think tone deaf. Tone is like a tone, like, you know, it's not tuning, but it's like a, you know, you have a tone and knowing where your tone is at. You're right. So you don't even need to be able to hear your voice to be able to kind of get a sense of where your tone can be. See what I'm saying? So you could be deaf and still speak and get some kind of vibe over that. But like, it's like with tuning, but when it's like, if you're like, oh, what are you saying? Can you hear the words coming out your mouth? The answer is no, actually, I can't. I can't hear it. It's so weird. I feel like I'm supposed to, but sometimes when I actually don't. If anything, I feel like I have to put a cap on my brain cells to make sure that I don't say everything. Because I feel like if, it's like I said, it's, like when someone's a bad liar, or when someone's not lying, but like they want, but you know how to, that sensation, but if you all of a sudden started to act like you were a bad liar, kind of like to throw people off. Like weird. I don't know. I've thought about that a couple times. Like, what if I agreed that I did something horrendous that I didn't, but I did it differently instead of saying that I did it, which I didn't. It doesn't have to be true. It just has to be believed. Because at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure, especially if you time travel and go back, I've done a lot of things. Some things that were real and some things that weren't real. That could be questionable. I know there's lots of things that I've done that I didn't do, and there are lots of things that I've done that I did do that I shouldn't have. And sometimes it's all it takes. To do one thing that you shouldn't have done, for other people to be able to convince other people that you did other things that you didn't do. I know that firsthand, that people fall victim to that ideology, because they don't even, people go to a movie, they don't really, they're just like, oh wow, it's new. Who is it? And it's like, how much is it? Most people have their mind elsewhere. To me, it takes. I do see movies with alternate takes. A lot of times I do. Even I have a mindset that can even take and look over amazing soundtracks, like Dune, for example, that is like, mind wrecking, right? It can be. And looking at Dune and still seeing that to be able to have differences where you could do things different. I have never read those books. So part of me would not want to be, I admit that I wouldn't want to ruin Dune as a writer. Or potentially, I feel like I would have to sit down and read those books first, before I would even, if I were on a co-creation spree. Acting, then I'm just obeying. I can just be transforming into a character clueless and just hope to God that. But Dune is one of those things It's a very powerful effect it has. It goes in, it talks about, like, it's like if you took The Shining and crazed it on crack cocaine in the middle of the desert, it's that spice. If you go to, certain theaters and come back out and people are like, it's them. They'll be pointing. Like, it's like the Marvel movies. It's not the Marvel movies. I was doing that shit long before the Marvel movies. It was just kind of like this opening, though, for like that tingle and sensation that opens it up so other people can get on board. It's an opener, though. I will give them that. It can be. So it's like, but it's also, if you're not careful, a war. It could become a religion, something like that. Because, like, there are directors or writers that have actually, that have, I don't know them, I will say that I strongly disagree with what they did with their final cut. Very strongly
wrong way of saying it. Maybe not that strong, but still like, yeah, I really, yes. Doesn't mean that I couldn't potentially, be open, but less likely that I would be open to work with them, but possibly, even if they did make a movie that did financially make some kind of success point, if the script was that bad, in my opinion, or they did something so drastically different. But that's not the thing. Like, drastically different is not the problem. I think what with me with the MCU was the hypocrisy, which hurt those movies. Some of those movies so badly was the hypocrisy, and if you let it, it would be like, shitting all over a word. Like, to me, Taskmaster, even, it's just a name to me. But I understand, like, masking tasks. I get it, like Taskmaster, and it's kind of like, there's a weird element about this. And it's like, people are like, oh, it's boring. But if someone's just reading the hell out of things, every little movement, it's like, it's saying that there's a character that has a mindset to really mimic everything. Which, right, some characters, and even combat, like, do you know how many people could do that? Look at you and know everything about you and how to combat that. I believe there are some certain types of people that could potentially be able to do that, but it wouldn't last. But it's like Taskmaster has that mindset. That's what made, like, in that thing. That's not the problem, though. That's not no. And then the Mandarin, which I keep forgetting what the hell that word means. I know this has an actual definition, but it's and then the actor idea. Sometimes I was like, that must have been a funny ass pitch, because probably people were like baffled, just like, wow, that's a brilliant idea. We should do that. It's that it was like some kind of like powerful pitch behind the scene, which still was like allowing hypocrisy into it more and more. That I think, like, starting big time with Iron Man 3 elements that were introduced into it, where they were like, okay, well, when did hypocrisy really get born here? It was when they were creating awareness, but also shitting over awareness, and then, like, consciously being aware that they're shitting over the awareness, but also aware that they think they could do it better. In a way, but it was like, and then you go in and you see the 10 rings, and like, you see a character, the character's like change, but then you're like, 10 rings. Well, we simplified this. And you're like, ask, what's wrong with the 10 rings? And you could say, if I let myself, my mind would go over to the hypocrisy of everything that they were saying, the simplicity, the words, and talking bad about these words, certain words and stuff, but yet now it's no longer words. Now, right, it's like, well, it was happening, you could say it with Mandarin, but then you start looking like, okay, well, the Mandarin had all these things, they really changed the character. He had all these rings, and these rings had individual powers. And it was like, almost was like, the idea was either they're saving it, like, we're 100 years out, or something, like they just don't want to use it, or they're, like, all worried and scared that it's gonna mess with the Infinity Stones. It's like, and then it's like, but then again, Loki messed with the Infinity Stones and rendered them powerless, even. So it's like,
Yeah, so again, it really, I think it's one of the worst things. I think I would go as far to say that I had no problem with the characters. As, you know, one a little bit perhaps, which is the actor coming back, but and I get it. But the Shang-Chi movie was really like the nail in the coffin for when it was like, okay, you keep doing this, Marvel, and now you're like downgrading as severely powerful like items that were a big deal in the MCU. They even had they're huge because you want to do something else. It's like, okay, I get it. It's a take. It's just not a preferred take. That's all. I'm not even talking about them being turned into bracelets. Like I think it hurts more that they depowered them and made them less powerful and made them where they were all one power source. So it'd be like connected on these rings instead of dividing powers to each ring. It's almost like it was like, oh my god, what would happen if we did this? Do we have the mindset to be able to have multiple marriages going on here? Hardly, but whatever. I always sometimes feel like Florence Pugh, you know, somehow they let her up there and she nailed something on the head on the coffin. Like, no wonder why they hire her. She's like she's aware of what's going on. She is potentially one of the smartest actors out there. Like in even with the littlest things, like the stunt choreography. When she mentioned that with Black Widow, which she again like so right though. I mean, so she's just it's like who cares, right? I mean, she just likes to be dramatic. Like Scarlett's Black Widow, like to be dramatic. It was just like this additional thing. Like she's like it's almost like showbiz. Which that didn't hurt that movie at all. In fact, that made that movie even better, in my opinion. Like I love that they did that because they really like. But then again, over the years and what I've seen from certain actors, I go from seeing different types of interviews every now and then as well, and seeing like what some people say out loud. And honestly, one of the first people I think that really was like really fucking spun and put someone, or could say put someone on their head, was actually that interview I saw was for me, you know, because I was saying things beforehand, and you know, so I don't count that Jim Carrey as playing that effect. Jim Carrey was like again like LA experience, so I have watched very powerful interviews before this one, but they were just more like, okay, someone's saying exactly what I'm saying, and have them. That's awesome for certain things. And then like, but this one was like, what is her name though? Like the moment I saw her go up in an interview and be like, "Fuck old people," and then watching how she just was able to make dark ambience work in her presence, but also be awkward and show like these things of like where you can be weird and like out of place. Man, I know her name too, and I didn't know much of her work or what she was associated with. You know, she was in Chucky, the last Chucky movie, but it was and I was just absolutely blown away, like, and like, hell yeah, I was like, oh, fuck yeah. But at the same time, when I saw that interview, but it's and seeing that type of stuff, it just you know, I know she's, according to what I see, she's apparently friends with the Mary Kate and Ashley's sister. I can't even keep up with names. See, I'm already becoming ignorant, forgetting people's names. Because it's like you could instantly be like, oh, Scarlet,
Witch, Scarlet this, Scarlet that. Does Scarlet speak to my soul because Scar is so deep? So it's just the word in general. Pretty powerful word, right? But it's not even need to know what the hell it means. We still have some names, some words. Even like some things like work in people's favor. Taylor experience. There's a lot of Taylors, just like there's a million Brandons out there as well. Like in the end of the day, the name itself ain't much special, right? Neither names are special. It's like how they're used and what makes them special, right? What if they want. It's great for memory damage, hippocampus damage too. You want to fuck with someone's memory by having more than one star with more than one name, having large popularity rates, because then people will be like, if they're like, well, this name, be like, the same damn name. The actors have the same damn name. Then it's like, it can start to be like, oh shit, like, what do we got here? Can you imagine if there was a male or another female named Taylor Swift, or if there was a male or female named Brandon Kenyon, or more than one person showing up like the same damn name? It's almost like, it's like Zendaya took her last name off and realized that she didn't need her last name when she would, like when I published my poem, come to think about it, my poem was under the name Brandon K. Didn't even spell out my whole last name when I published it. So, like at the time, it was like published as Brandon K. So it was like not even Kenyon, or my last name. So it was like, so it's bizarre at the same time, but not really. Because sometimes I was like, well, pen names as well. But yeah. Well, who said it? Was it Kane? No, it wasn't Kane. It was Undertaker. I remember an interview, I think it was with the Undertaker, the actor who plays the legendary wrestler, the Undertaker. I believe he said that the reason why he doesn't play other characters is because part of him is because he can't associate with multiple characters. Like he has like he's basically admitted that he finds it hard to be more than one character. Like so he just finds it easier to play the same character, and it just build onto that character, and that was part of the reason why. Because if you look at it, he did do a movie, but he did the movie under his own kind of like persona, his own character. So it was like, it makes sense. Like he couldn't. I guess he is like, it was like, you could offer him movie roles, I feel like, and he'd probably deny them. It's because I feel like he does stick to his character, right? He's kind of like a single character guy. Which is really, if you want to build a name, but the thing is like, it doesn't. That could be like, you could use that as an example, which would be great for someone who wants to do something similar like that. But it doesn't really necessarily like take away from someone who's actually doing also wrestling for WWE and doing like movies, because at the end of the day, they still can hold their, or they still have that influence in WWE. And there are actors that did movies, but didn't do them constantly. There's a long history of where people have went from that,
you know, I could see it, like, they're probably like, hey, would you be part of this? You know, and then you have actors that are, like, pursuing scripts or wanting to even take charge of things. The Rock, for example, I think is a good example where I get the mindset where he will take on more than one thing at once and go do multiple things at once. And then look at John Cena, and then him stepping in and realizing what he was doing. He came out the gap like a rapper. So, and then and acting, and using someone else's, you know, right, music, I think, and then he did do his music. I don't know, but then he went and did, I think he something like that. I don't know 100%, but then he went and did movies. He started off doing action, and they went in, and you kind of see, for me, his comedy is funnier, right? I mean, I think he does good comedy, like, and then action combined with it, than being, I like it. He's very hard to imagine as a serious character, is what I'm saying, though. Like, I find it difficult to put a serious on John Cena. This is why I think, like, if he plays a serious character, it's harder to get on board than if he's playing an action comedy character, on the other hand, or a deranged character that has comedic issues. Like Peacekeeper, for example, is a genius role for him. And, you know, James, I'm sure, saw that a long way. Was like, hit that and said, yes, that's gonna be right there. And he became probably first pick, I would imagine. Maybe, but I don't know. I don't know much about Peacemaker, but I could see, like instantly looking at, like, if you're looking for someone to play this complicated character and rap and, you know, kind of, okay, well, and have action and be badass and comedic side. Yeah, I think John Cena was an excellent pick. But, like, you look at, like, other things out there and other actors, and you're trying to dabble in grabbing everybody and trying to put people in things. I think, too, if you wanted to change things up, you got to realize that you're going to change the tone at the same time. So this is what I kind of think, like, when I look at, like, Zack Snyder's work, and almost like, what was it with how he lost control of Justice League? I don't know the whole story, but because didn't someone else take over that, and then he ended up taking over afterwards? So it's like, it's difficult, because when you look at movies like that and you are trying to see a future for them, like, it can be, because you're, you know, I think, like, right, well, for me, it was Batman vs. Superman first, I think, was, because I saw the Man of Steel movie, which was just a standalone movie for the most part, right? And then the Flash goes back to that, but it's like, it's the fact that it was, you know, it almost gave you this kind of, like, okay, well, these would have made really hardcore badass type movies. Like, some of the things that they were talking about in the film sound like there were, like, it gave the vibe of, like, unfinished movies. And it even said in the future to me, when I watched that and what future I saw, I was like, this is a great movie for what it is, but it will never be complete. I was like, that's the thing, like, I could sense it from a mile away that what was going on here was going to never be finished. Like, it was a middle chapter that didn't have enough ambition or something. It didn't have enough support or leadership to keep it going or something. Like, so it's kind of like what's going on here and what people are going to do. Like, if you look at what is Superman, you know, it's to me, I think what James is just doing, he's doing this Superman that is supposed to be about hope, right? I mean, he can have all this power in the world, but he's going back to his roots, you know, and then obviously just like kind of takes where things go. I mean, he's probably not going to want to end it tragically if he's trying to send a big message on hope or something. If he does, he'd probably be saving it for the Authority, right? I would imagine, but maybe not. Like, you kind of get ideas of where things can go for what they're working on. Not that you can also have ideas of what you would work on too, right? And what you would do different as well. I probably wouldn't do Superman, though, me, but like, even though, like, I feel like I think it's interesting, though. I feel like if I did, I could, I take that back. Maybe I would, if I was like, if it was something, but for me, like, being a part of something like that, like, what am I working on with this movie? Script's taken care of. They don't need me for that. So it's like, where's my place? Am I just some awkward cameo? Like, that's all I can think of for, like, acting. So it's like, but, so, like, a stupid cameo? Like, what? But anyway, hey, there's some interesting things out there, though. Makes you think. But then it's, like, other movies, like, looking at and trying to be like, well, if you're not going to do your or Elsewhere tales, those Elsewhere tales, if you're going to try to connect, like, out of all these movies, you could say, what do you think is the funnest to work on, that you can also work on, and also, like, well, that's pretty much it. I guess those two things alone can be enough, I guess, in a lot of cases. But it's I think just seeing the future can be a bonus in some cases, trying to, but reading the present, because of, well, you'd be working on something in the present, and then by the time it hits, it's going to be the future anyway. The present, and times could change drastically at times for certain things. But there's I don't know. You gotta tear yourself away, I think, with the real world when it comes to that stuff. If you're working in DC, because it's detective comics, and you would really, I think you'd give yourself a fucking headache just alone on trying to do all that. So it's like, if you just invest in the characters and going in, and it's almost like part of you knows you could make a really good dark ass fucking movie in the DCU, like a psychological masterpiece with horror elements, but at the same time, it's like, should you or should I? It's sure I could, should I? It's like it's just like Swamp Thing. Like I can see the horror side, but I can also now see a comedic side, and ask myself if there was, just like Creature Commandos kind of vibe. But I also am like, I also would be like, well, is there a future here? And if not, that's okay. If that's just one hit wonder and what you're getting from it, I guess. But I'm still thinking, like, again, I still think like there's a place for a team or something that is going to abstract. Like, I keep getting this idea of threatening his home too, even though I mean, there's an Norwegian movie for the character that may or may not be skipped, You know, I'm kind of getting the sense like there's a possibility that the origin of the Swamp Thing could be skipped. We'll jump right into the Swamp Thing where he is living already there with no background story of how he got there, where potentially for him personally. You know, you could say, well, there's rumors or something that someone else got affected by all the mistreatment of the environment, or this is just a monstrosity, right? So it's because of what humans have done to the environment. But there's also, I'm not sure in the comics if this is true, but I do believe, like, I feel like elements, and I said this before, like, I feel like if there was one place where I could get ingredients for characters and make it make sense, where it would connect with characters like Scarecrow, even the Joker's laugh gas, fear gas, Dr. Hugo Strange. A lot of times I did see Dr. Hugo Strange. At times, actually, even like as strange as it sounds, I even had an image where he had a cabin, not so far, where he was able to find his ways in and out. Because I kind of felt like my Dr. Hugo Strange was a military guy, also an ex-military guy, but he was obsessed with like evolving and changing people, kind of like the evolutionary, except for more of who's the actor who played in The Walking Dead? There's a villain that played in, I believe, for a brief little bit. It was in was it season 10 or season 11? I think it was in the beginning of season 11, and he was we're family. He was like this religious type guy, but he was very like a soldier leader. But and then I was like thinking, well, this guy would be great for the role. The difference is that he has to be obsessed, a little more obsessed with medicine or like changing and how you mix with things. Because I was like, I knew that Jonathan Crane, when I was writing Scarecrow, because I actually had a standalone movie for Jonathan Crane alone, because I was like, that could be a real movie. I was like, I saw it, but I also saw Dr. Hugo Strange in that movie, and I even was like, this guy knows what this guy's doing, but he's not stopping him. He's in some ways encouraging him to go on this path because he thinks he actually loves, and and obviously Hugo is much stronger and a much bigger leader than Scarecrow, because Scarecrow is a persona that he takes on, but he's still even when he's not, he himself is a master at pharmaceuticals, and so he does have his own doctor background. So I was like, Harley Quinn, I was like, I would absolutely offer Margaret the role if she wants to come back. I think she did great. But the only difference is in this script, it would be before she met the Joker, because I was like, it's too effective in some ways, where it would be great, but also would take away, and where this you could go with it later. But I was like, nah, she has to. This could be the shot to just have at least one movie where she was to see what she was like before she met the Joker, and before she was transformed, to give people at least an idea. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I was kind of in this idea, and she's a psychiatrist. So she could have interviews with people, like sit down, and I also had Lady Arkham, the Children of Arkham, in my mind for many years, and how that would work into something. It was like this construction of, and how I saw a poster, Scarecrow, and Lady Arkham on the poster for even another movie that wasn't the Scarecrow or Lady Arkham movie. I was like, is this a trilogy? I was thinking, like, originally I was like, I think this is a trilogy. when it was like the first thing that was actually going to have elements from other characters where they could connect, and everything else was just spin-offs. But you know, if that makes any sense, but they still connected together. And so I was like, Lady Arkham is, you know, a victim, but also a psychological genius. But she's not a doctor. You know, well, she's Vicky Vale in my story, and so in how she's able to actually, you know, be the news reporter during the day, the psychological aspect of being a news reporter, and no one having a clue, like being able to even deceive the Batman himself and all his radars, and yet have her face on television, like almost like most of the day, or at least in the mornings or something when she's doing the news, right? And or even the late night news, seeing her up there, and I'm like, I like this character. I like this character. It's like, because she's in the background doing all this stuff, and yet everybody knows who she is, but yet everybody also doesn't know who she is at the same time. And she puts on the doctor mask. Like, I love the whole kind of creepy vibe, and I have an idea of who would be a phenomenal pick for this character, and I have a couple ideas of who could play her, and Anna Taylor-Joy is one of them that I was thinking, because when I looked at like potential candidates, but it was like, because I like the idea of having someone have had connections to vulnerability, but able to hide it and mask it for, you know, for superior reasons, but also take on pursuits for the news and put on this thing and like be able to transition back and forth from this idea. And I was like, she might, I feel like she might be the one, but I might be wrong. But I was like I was looking at different candidates, but looking at someone, because she has to be able to have that Mad Max, that Furiosa vibe at the same time. That Alice in Wonderland Furiosa vibe, suppressed though, and able to hide it, and then have it come out. And I was like, the way she can raise into suspense. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, she did a little scenes in Dune, which were powerful scenes, and she had very little screen time in Dune, but those powerful scenes too. And I was like, and that's why I was like, I still want her back as Magic if I was to do MCU, because I was like, she would be a lot more, I would have a lot more sound for her character than that the New Mutants did, and I would be paying attention close to her actual voice more than the New Mutants probably they ever even imagined. Because I was sitting there thinking, like, she has that drive, and then she goes in through Limbo, has this dragon, she comes from a fucked up background, you know, and it's like it's so, I think it's fucking awesome. That's what I'm trying to say, have a transition. But it's that transitional of something from pain to deliver from pain into suppression and turning it into something else, and basically being a vigilante at night, you could say. She puts on that doctor, and I remember her, you know, being associated with other Arkham patients. Like, I could even see her being kind and generous to people who were associated with Arkham Orphanage. Like Robin, she might even met Robin before you know, there's even a chance where she might have ran into him because she was helping out with the orphanage before Batman adopted him. There's a chance. So there's all these things, and she interviews Bruce Wayne. He's a hot topic for her as well in the comics, and in my movie as well. I would see like little trinkles of that, but not much. But you would see like this whole more focus on her and where she comes from, the children Arkham, and I was like, but you know, what I'm bringing to the table that's different with the character is something that I think is not quite the same. You see how there's crazy haptic in these old Tim Burton films? I wanted something more like that felt more real and action packed at the same time than that, though. That it's like but coming in like Mad Max style. Like when she showed up, she showed up. Like I felt like it would be a bang, and able to use these things like chains. Like I saw from Harvey Dent. Because honestly, the God, I saw in the posters, Harvey Dent, White Knight. Vote for Harvey Dent, the White Knight, or vote for, for Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin. Posters in the background where they had actually their own kind of like, they each had a reason why the Penguin. He's fighting for these other people. And you have the White Knight. It's like also taking on the Batman at the same time in the background. Like it's supposed to be like these ideas of what should and how things. Yet he's a crook himself. Because he was always a crook, though. Mine was. He was always like, and I think the moment that his face gets ripped off, and I do it different. Like I don't actually put his face in the liquid from the comics. I actually rip his face off on the pavement symbolically. I saw like it's kind of like the road you're on. And when I was like, and then when he comes back and it's half his face, and he's unable to hide who he is anymore, and he lets that affect him and creates his version of Two-Face when he's no longer hiding. And I saw him in Lady Arkham's movie. I saw the Penguin. I saw the political warfare mostly going on. I saw Selena Kyle dating Harvey Dent as well, like, and I also saw like maybe a potential question: is there a love triangle going on here between Bruce Wayne, Selena Kyle, and Harvey Dent? Kind of thing going on here with Selena Kyle, and like, cause they'll notice her, cause I don't think they're that stupid, and so it's like, so kind of seeing certain things like in her out and about. Which she's Catwoman, and because she too, I mean, there's a lot of people take on personas. I mean, that's the thing, but they're just, some are better at hiding than others, and what mistakes they make when they're trying to hide things. And I think for Catwoman, like eventually she's gonna have a hell of a time hiding who she is, because it's in her nature more of cat and mouse. I think with her, which is interesting, because I absolutely want her in the movie as well. So it's all these characters. And I did see a fighting scene between Lady Arkham and the Batman himself in this movie, in her own movie, a brief moment. And that was the thing is, the difference was, like, I saw like a fight between him believing that basically, how he arrests people, right? He doesn't kill people. She does. And so she does target certain people. Like she targeted the entire family in a sex trade that took her when she was younger. I still remember the opening scene of the script and how I planned on opening it up was this captor. She was captive. She was went through hell. She was abducted. But the difference, how most people try to find a way out, her mindset went to more like, I'm going to hide what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to escape. I'm going to kill them. Kind of, but also hide that I'm going to kill them for what they've done. And so it was like, that made me even more believe that Anna would be great for the role. But it was like, cause when I was looking at that, but it was, and when I saw that transition, and I was like, I did see the knife. I saw that, and I was like, she's gonna stab him to death, and it was gonna get brutal, and she was gonna end up in the associated with the, she was gonna get checked out eventually, because she was gonna end up being like an Arkham orphanage, because she was very young when this happened. So, she has connections, and then Arkham Asylum, because she freaked out. There's incidences that can occur when she, that did make it. But it's like, there's, a name change down the road, where she changed her name to Vicky Vale. Vicky, the Vale, the Vale, like Vicky Vale was not her original name. She really gave herself that name as well. And so it's like, and I was like, I still kept loving the idea of this. I was listening to Dolan Ron, I was like, she can hold a movie. I bet you that character could, with the atmosphere, and even be able to take it on the Batman at times. And it was like, she's never been represented like that. I mean, Vicky Vale was in Tim Burton's Batman. She was present with Michael Keaton. They did have a version of her in the movies, but I don't think they ever had her at all in any of the others that I can think of. But and I want the Vicky Vale that's actually Lady Arkham, Vicky Vale, and the children, her children. Sometimes I like to call her the mother, because instead of like the Lady Arkham, sometimes I think of like her as the mother of the children of the Arkham, because she does care for them, and has them, even those that follow her, like a cult. Like in the Batman with Robert Pattinson, I actually can even see his Batman. Actually, I think that, honest to God, fight on Teller Joy's, so that's. It's right now. I don't know who's playing Batman, so maybe Robert Pattinson could be the Batman in that. But it's like there's all these things there that is like all lined up there. And Scarecrow movie. These are two movies that were before the Lady Arkham and Scarecrow, the third film, and it's like, and I just was like Swamp Thing with a location. I did have hints, like I said, Hugo Strange, Harley Quinn, Bane missing on the news, a military guy goes sit down at a diner with his wife, and they both get abducted shortly after leaving the diner. Mr. Freeze, in other words, future Mr. Freeze. All these trinkles of things occurring in this that were in the Scarecrow at the same time with him practicing, and Hugo Strange is so intelligent and like leader and almost sometimes a father figure to Jonathan Crane when they're like working in the office, because they actually are in doctor stuff, and they're associated with patients in Arkham Asylum, because that's a big part of who Jonathan Crane was. He is a doctor after all, before he completely went into that and before he took his childhood torment and decided to weaponize it. And he got his drug, the ingredients from his drug, I always saw that he got the ingredients of the drug from the swamp, where the Swamp Thing lives, but also from, I wrote like connections to the Yellow Core, the Yellow Lanterns, like how they have the yellow stone or the yellow core. Like I was like instantly thinking and drawn to how I could collaborate that into the drug. So it was, and also like Parademon. I thought of Parademon blood as well. Like I thought of these different things of trickling in of of a madman that is taking these things and creating a drug that actually does symbolically connect to things that could connect to the Green Lantern and the Lantern Corps, and could connect to things, but doesn't. Oh, it does say, but it also doesn't say. See what I'm saying? Because it's like, and I was like these ingredients, and you could kind of like connect, and so you could do spin-off projects. And so it was like for that, but when focusing on, and I had an alternate version of Scarecrow too, originally. That I ended up throwing in the garbage though, but I really liked that version, but I was like, I couldn't figure out how to get him to fit without him being too powerful. I actually made a too powerful version of him, and that was actually, I made a version of him where he actually got the yellow ring, but it went in, he went in with the Lantern Corps. I was like, that's cool and all, but I was like, I kind of do still want to keep more, down, and so it's like, and so I was like, he's, the Scarecrow, and so I took part of the core and used it in part of the ingredient to one of the rings, the yellow rings, kind of construction into his fear gas and unleashing it on Gotham. And this is where I was like, I love the idea of being able to take the soul of parademons and multiplying them through his toxin as well. Like I thought certain things that were like, really neat ideas of how can you take other elements and merge them through into other elements and affect the psyche. And the cool thing is that you could say that Jonathan Crane is actually considered a child, or was considered a child of the children of a member of Arkham, the children, because he's in the poster. He was friends with Lady Arkham, so it's like, and that's why I was like, I do know there's a reunion, and they actually do team up. And that third film, I saw yes, it is a much bigger film than the other two, because it's a much more bigger, ambitious, destructive, with like really awesome. I love it, but it's in news. It's just like kind of like able to connect. So anything that is like a spin-off may never get made, but I made it so it could still connect though. Like that's the thing. Like I have the Bane abduction, in other words, and also have Bane in that third movie. I do have characters that do make appearances. And when I was designing Bane, I was like, there's no one better. I was like, I think I know exactly as well. This is Batista. I want, like, Dave Batista, if he wants to sign up to play Bane, he is Bane. And I was like, he's gonna, and I was like, I'm gonna, but his origin is still, because he was made. And I was like, and I do have a connect, because I was like, when I'm in the background of this idea of Hugo Strange, like, making more, how can I tell a story where I make more than one villain at once? And I was like, and how can I put future villains in one movie? And I kept thinking of something fucking really psychopathic for a bit. I kept thinking, like, what if I took the, like, Saw, like fucking Saw film type ideas, and integrated it in with science and magic, but more in the background, is like integrated in like a trap, but keeping them, under this idea for Doctor Strange to basically create and shape them. And it's like Mr. Freeze would lose his wife, she'd be considered a failed project. And I did see this idea that I was like, people will either hate this movie or really love it, is what I kept thinking. Because I don't really know if this was a big seller, but I was like, I still like this idea. And like going in and creating it like that, like where you create more than one villain all at once. And then you don't have to do like a shitload of movies for all of the villains. It'd be like the first DC movie that was ever created that had like a crap load of war region of villains. Like I wouldn't do the Joker in it. There's a lot of characters I wouldn't, but there would be like Bane, Mr. Freeze. You know, you'd have hints of Croc as well. I saw Croc unfinished. I was like, I want the unfinished Croc. Like, I want to see the prototype of Croc. I was like, what if there's a fuck up version of Croc? I was like, so I kept seeing things like that, like weird fucking deranged things, like in even like tubes and shit, like of characters or failed versions of characters. And I was like, and then I was like, Swamp Thing in this movie as well, because it's not too, you know, it's like, I kept thinking of, you know, this wasn't just Batman characters. I knew that there was characters like potentially, like, what if Doctor Strange, come on, what if we could make that even work with James Gunn's Creatures Commando movie? Like, maybe, you know, it could be another connection, like Swamp Thing and Doctor Strange's film into an actual, even be able to go into even Creatures Commando actual movie. But, you know, because there's certain characters that can come out of his movie, or that whole Saw, psycho, mad scientist, labyrinth creation film idea, that is, it's probably not that long. It could be, but it was like, but I love the idea of it, like of at least telling some kind of story there. And then, but that's not really, that's just like connection and slivers, because like Bane's missing, the abduction scene is in the movie of one of, I believe the Lady Arkham movie has the abduction scene, or no, that's Scarecrow script, I wrote that in, so my bad. To the Scarecrow script, that one was in during that period when they started missing, because Doctor Strange is a father figure, kind of, to Jonathan Crane. So it's, and looking at these type of connections and why he didn't stop him, and then he goes into this whole thing. In some ways, Hugo Strange idolizes Jonathan's mad genius for inventing that toxin, that fear toxin. Eventually, you even see it further, because what happens is in the third movie, like I had this, like the gas is out, the fires are roaring, Gotham is in ruins, and there's a giant scene to the point I was like, Batman ain't gonna be able to take this on by himself. I knew if I could get other characters from other movies, this could almost be a partial, you know, Justice League, or more like, actually it's more like partial Dark Justice League kind of film, like bits and pieces of it could have elements into this battle against, like, really amping up the game with characters that were not supervillains originally, but became supervillains. And really, I have some really awesome ideas. The third one is a bit bonkers, I guess, but it's also really fucking crazy. And and like I said, that like Lady Arkham and Scarecrow get their own poster. Like you can see like shot and something like that, and they're a team. I've never seen that before. Like, I never seen that in the comics, but I seen in my mind where I knew that they could actually be a team. Like, what if, because Scarecrow can't fight. She can. Oh, fuck, she can. Oh, damn, she can. He can't. He's not, he's a mad genius scientist, and he's able to transform into the Scarecrow and fuck with people's heads. But when it comes to a punch, he's on his ass. He's done with one punch. He can be. So it's like he's not the strongest physically. His mind is his superpower, I guess. His psychotic mind for messing with other people's minds. Who would play Scarecrow? There's lots of people. I even at one point was convinced that I could actually transform into the character. Play a take on him, but I think, because I keep seeing where it conflicts in my own script though, because like the way he comes out, like he's a kid going from transition, and it's possible. But I might think the fans might like another idea, like someone more than me. But if they did, I believe I could pull off a version of an older version. I mean, I could possibly pull off an older version of Doctor Strange too. I mean, but I was looking more of a like, I don't know, I see a couple differences in my mind sometimes, like as a looks, I see them a bit different. But it's like, so I'd have to change them a bit. Like I said, military, I think, like, honestly, like, villains in The Walking Dead, not queens. My accent must really be that bad. Villains in The Walking Dead. Okay. Yeah. Daryl's girlfriend. Yes. So he, I believe he was he had the same last name? Was it Shaw? Wait, not, come on, bro. I can't find it. Right, I'm looking. 1 second. This fucking shit. Shaw. TWD. from the Reapers. The guy who plays the Pope. That's it. That's who I want. I think I was had in my mind for Doctor Hugo Strange. Yes, this guy would be great, I think, as a version, because it's like he kind of gives that where he could be a doctor and like also keep that military and be a psychopath with keeping his morals, and I could still see him even act a bit like a father, like so like in favor. Like I could see him walking into the office wearing, a doctor uniform, but still giving that stance. And like like doctors usually are awkward, and so it's like I think he would be a great pick. Richie Coaster would be definitely up as a choice for a Doctor Research, because he definitely has to have that can he come off as a doctor, but also that military background, that military vibe, and also be obsessed with evolving the world or evolving characters, because he's going to be the one that makes Bane in my story. He's gonna like you can hate him, but he also made certain characters, like certain villains. So I think he's up there for sure. I wonder if he would be interested in that if there was ever given a shot. Like I would be looking to cast him, because if I were to do those movies, I would do the Scarecrow, either the Scarecrow or the Lady Arkham movie. He's not in the Lady Arkham movie though, but he would be in the Scarecrow movie. Cast him for his scenes, for the scenes of Doctor Strange, and then later on he could be associated with that spin-off that I was talking about, which then would also be able to connect, because it's not just a horror, it's a horror vibe that some people, it's not my fault if you laugh at certain psychotic scenes that are going to occur in it, right? But which some people find horror elements funny, but it's like, but I'm like, maybe this does connect. Maybe I can, as I was like Swamp Thing and stuff, maybe I can work with that as well, having something on the connection, because there's no Batman. I have no, I don't lie, I have ideas of who Batman the actors could be, but it's like, but I had none set in stone. So it's, so I don't like in that direction. So it could just be whoever they cast for Brave and the Bold could be connected with that. Brave and the Bold. The thing about that though is I feel like they're going to use Scarecrow in that. I just have a hunch that he will already be in that. So it might end up being Elsewhere Tales. And if it is Elsewhere Tales, then I will probably use Robert Pattinson. I would ask if Robert Pattinson wanted to do a movie after Batman Part 2, because I don't think they're using any of the characters in a big way. And even if they were, I think he's a great Batman. Wouldn't mind working with him, see if he would play the role. But he's up there as a choice. So I don't think, because like I don't know if the Batman's old, unless I'm looking for an older version, like a much older version. Then I might, like I said, I may even be able to recast an old Batman. Is what I'm saying. In some cases, I might even be able to look at another fan favorite out there and make people happy by bringing that Batman back. Because in the end, these aren't movies about Batman. At least the first two aren't. I mean, he has a much bigger role in the third. He does. He's part of the team that goes to take them on. But like, because what I always did have an envision, like if I were gonna do Bane, I was gonna change it up a bit where Bane was only a villain like if he was like, the drug effect or angry or something was ticking him off. Because he wasn't a villain when he was abducted. He was just a wrestler. And so it's like Bane, Batista is, because I can also see having Batista's Bane when he's, having anger issues, kind of like that kick in, but when not, he would actually work with the Batman. I could see him actually fighting beside the Batman. So it's like in my movie, in my Batman whole thing, like, so I don't see him on the side of Scarecrow in Lady Arkham. I see him joining the side that Batman's on in that third film, because I do plan on having him in that movie. And the thing about the Scarecrow movie with the disappearances, Batista would only make a brief appearance and would only be on the news, right? Or they would just mention him missing. That's it, because he's not going to actually show up until the third movie, and that's after he's been created. So the spin-off movie later on, if it gets made or not, is a prequel. That movie would be a prequel, and it would also have other characters that weren't in this movie going off in different directions. I can see this idea. I guess there's some really cool ideas with that. Like, I think it'd be pretty neat. Like, there's scenes that I think I would be really cool to see, because I like, and you could blame some of it on maybe Gears of War. You might even, or something, but like, there's certain things I'm seeing, like, with, I played Gears of War 2 before and beat Gears of War 2 before all the other Gears. And then I went back, played Gears 1, and then Gears 3 when it came out, which at the time it wasn't out, and it was on time for that one. But like from the falling building, like Gears 2, still I think is the best Gears in a lot of ways. It's you see, Dom even hold his wife in his hands. They find her in one of the scenes. She, she still dies in his arms, and it's too late. You have scenes like, scenes that are like them getting eaten by a giant worm, and them having to cut out the hearts of the worm just to escape the worm. They can't cut the worm, and they like the way they're cutting out, and then they go after the hearts. It was like, and then they take out an entire locust base, pissing off the locust queen, and then they go back home, and it still doesn't end there. Then they get attacked, and the last human civilization falls in Gears 2. If I recall, that was the last one standing at that time, what I remember. And they take that whole thing out, and it ends with the bad guys winning. And it was like, I remember when they were going up in the elevator, and like the building just fucking starts falling while you're in it, while you're a tank, and just having this whole thing. And in my mind, I was taking it even further, but I was like, and then I was like, okay, so there's Mad Max elements, but there's also like sort of, destructive elements that I've seen that I don't know. Would I give credit to Gears? I don't know. Like, I've never seen it in a movie, these type of elements. So like certain elements where they're coming in, and but doing it with Gotham. Gotham would be the playground where we're at, the location when all this shit. Like, he might even have the yellow ring. like I might like really step up Scarecrow. I might be able to integrate that. Like I said, like the third one is fucking like is a lot different, but it still connects. But it just kind of like I said, it's I understand. Like I do see like I worry a little bit about the vibe change, you know, because there's a lot more things going on in that third one. Because the first two are much more grounded, except for the I would say even the Lady Arkham one is more ambitious at times because it's more the action and the transitioning and having these scenes and then in the background like Harvey Dent, the Penguin, things like these all in the background like political warfare in her film and her like it's a movie about her in all these villains that are somewhere that are hiding right in plain sight, and she obviously hides as well, but she also does the news, and she just also doesn't like how the Batman handles things. You know, she wasn't. You know, you could say like when one of the people get caught, you know, he that she thinks should have, you know, that done horrible things shouldn't be going to jail. In her mind, they should be killed. So you see her, and she goes after and stabs these people, like as a little girl. I think the opening scene would need to cast the little girl to go and do these murders to get herself out, like to say, hey, you're in this really bad state of mind, but you're like you want to escape, but you also kind of like you don't want to escape. Like it's like it's weird because you know like you tell the kid like you know you don't want to escape, you want to kill them. You know, it's like because I mean that is what she was thinking. You know, like she was more like hell bent right then. You know, through her you know all the pain that she went through, and then like going and like how to deliver that scene in the beginning to show you what she was like. And then a lot of the Arkham scenes back with the asylum could fold up and you could see articles, you know, so you could there'll be a bit of a time jump, but you'll have her associations and connections and all of it right there is what I was thinking when I was looking at this idea. And then in her taking on this lifestyle, like, and I think what people love about it is that people love action, people love Mad Max. So, I mean, it's like I'm heavily integrating Mad Max elements when she transforms, or when she goes and puts on that doctor mask. And I know I keep thinking, you know, I call her Lady Arkham, but sometimes I think like Mother Arkham, like Mother of the Children of Arkham, because she does have a backing. You know, she has a like you know like in the beginning of the Batman Part 1 with that all those like people with the makeup show up. She has followers. She has her own followers, like so they do follow her, and they're called her children. You know, they're the children of Arkham. It's like a whole cult, and it's like, and they idolize her because a lot of ways she saved them. And you know, so she, you know, it's a magnificent story, but it's you know where trauma takes one person and how hell bent one person is to go with it, and how much leadership and how truly intelligent they are with hiding things too, like and being able to beat someone who's supposed to be this master detective. So it's yeah. So there's a lot of different ideas. Well, I wrote that actually somewhere. It might be in the cloud. It might have vanished and disappeared and might not exist anymore. But but I did actually have several different drafts for both with Yorkim and Scarecrow. But it's like, I don't know. So I look at the Brave and the Bold. I don't know what they're doing with Brave and the Bold. But the first thing I think of with Brave and the Bold is demons at the same time. Like something to do with what triggers someone to take on fear to begin with, and why are we brave? What makes Batman the brave? What makes one of them the brave? What makes one of them the bold? Like Damian challenges the Batman, right? The bold. So there's these elements that just suggest that this is gonna be a fucking phenomenal movie. It can be, because I keep seeing like scenes with the Batman actually trying to be more like, if you took the vibe and the energy of a Batman standing next to a Robin and trying to basically, teach him right from wrong, and if you adopt someone and you studied them, like how, because it's his son, there's the son of Batman version, which is Damian, who's also coming from the orphanage. So it's like, when you're looking at a movie and doing that, I could see them side by side with disagreements, but still making it work at times, and looking at should we go to an end in the first film? Makes me wonder, what I mean by that is that maybe the end or the figurement of something might even be worthy of a sequel for that film. So when I look at Superman, there ain't much, Superman is more of a statement film, because afterwards it's more him involvement with teams and other characters, I would imagine. Because but the Brave and the Bold might actually be the first one out of them all that would get an actual sequel. The Authority probably actually might too, in another direction. But it's as what I'm thinking, but I don't know, or spin-offs. There's too much, you could say. But Brave and the Bold there's some shot scenes in my head, though, for sure, that I'm seeing, that where they're standing next to each other, having disagreements while they're fighting, having disagreements. Even I could see shit like that, but there's he could have found the play. He could have found out, what would you do if you were trying to hide something and your son found out about it, and and takes it on, and you let him in on it, and that they got what it takes. Batman ain't stupid. He looks at the psyche, right? You could say Damian's his first guinea pig, right? You could maybe look at it perhaps, maybe not. You could look, because I see he sized him up and profiled him before he even adopted him, I think, is what Bruce did. I think that's accurate. So but when you look at this stuff, and is brave enough to take him on and have him fight beside him, and then the Bold, brave that he adopted and took on the Bold. There's a big vibe just alone for that. So it's that you could go off of. Who the villain is mostly depends on the chemistry of Batman and Robin. Now that I think about it, I can actually see several different villains. I mean, you know, I've seen some shit in my mind of all different types of, you know, things, and I don't know how fixed we gotta be. Do we need one villain? Can we have more than one? Can we throw Croc in the sewers and just fight him for a minute? You know, are we allowed to do something like that? Like, is that, you know, someone that might have escaped? You know, it's like, there's these certain things like Scarecrow, you know, could be terrorizing at the same time. You know, the Joker. Is there a big bad? Is there a big bad? Maybe it's more of a story about the brave and the bold. It just so happens to have a bunch of villains in it that they fight. Possibility. He's brave enough to take on the bold that's taking on Batman's villains. I'm just going off the name. That's all. The Swamp Thing, you'd be sometimes be like, what the fuck is a Swamp Thing? Here's the thing. It's swampy. It could be horror and comedy. Right, I guess, is what it is. Like, I mean, it's terrifying along that little creature from Suicide Squad, the Suicide Squad, that, eats children, and then ends up alive at the end. He's like a member of the Creatures Commando. Yeah, it's a different vibe for sure. I think this is going to be a hit or miss for some. In some cases, I still think like maybe it's if you didn't like Suicide Squad, then you probably won't like this because it's like it's gonna take on. I feel like it could take on very serious things like topics and environmental topics. Like I feel like there's gonna be serious elements about the Swamp Thing, but I also think there'll be, or if I have it my way, I would also put origin content in it as well, like for, like I said, the ingredients at least, or drugs and ideas for things, like sort of the background. But I also see, like Creatures Commandos actually probably even making an appearance at some point in this movie. Like maybe that thing's running. The thing from the Suicide Squad is fucking maybe jumped into someone's house to like to try to eat someone's child. You know, and the Swamp Thing gotta deal with this shit, and maybe the Swamp Thing turns it into his pet. So it's like there's these things, like ideas that are in my head, like this is a horror movie, but it's also a comedy movie, and it's also an origin movie, and it's like for other characters probably more than even the Swamp Thing, but even with questions and takes on and says, look what you're doing to the environment, or what they did. And then then he emerges, look what you did to the environment. You know, kind of like, oh shit. We did that? We made that? Like, cause I mean, come on. Can you imagine if you know, like, you ever watch The Hills Have Eyes? They bomb, and, you know, and it's like they all get mutated. It's like, what if this family just didn't eat people? What if it was just like, and maybe they were just kind of like still living by themselves, and one of them actually was like a hero, or trying to protect his land, or anyone that's associated with the area he considers family. I mean, I saw sketching. So when I looked at sketchings, I saw sketchings where he was not alone. I saw like sketchings where he had his, you know, other people like him I also seen sketchings of ideas from other people, so I kind of get an idea of what they're aiming for: a horror with dark comedic elements, but also serious tone at the same time. You could say Swamp Thing is going to have everything. Swamp Thing. In some ways. Yeah. And it's Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. Like, what exactly does that mean? I think is this like is Supergirl for girls? Are little girls going to watch this movie? Or is Superwoman, like, or like, I'm a guy and I like, think, I'm not going to watch Superwoman. Like, for the story, like, if I was writing Superwoman, I think actually, here's an idea, like, to try to help people. Superman, symbol of hope? Like, Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, is this what, kind of like this transition of, like, because you're still a girl, like, I'm still a boy. Like, a man, boy, maybe it's like, what's the difference between any of that? Right? It's like, when you go towards that, like, classifying downgrade, but it's like what you put into it. And super. So it's like, what is there gonna be? Well, girls, like, what's that song? Like, all girls want, or whatever the thing is. Like, is that gonna be Supergirl? I'm like thinking, what in the hell is Supergirl? Like, the idea, I understand that she is the cousin, but it's a very weird name. I think it should be Superwoman. Part of me thinks it just should be straight up renamed. Because you gotta take on that responsibility. I mean, maybe she doesn't want to. Maybe that's why it's Supergirl. Maybe that's why Superman, he's already took it on. He's not Superboy. Right? Because that would be past tense. Or something. Would it be? What message are people trying to do here? So, yeah. Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. It could be an evil agenda. I can think of that. I can think of everything. Like, Jesus. But anyway, I think I would just skip and move on and work with, rather would go with that Brave and the Bold or the Swamp Thing if I was forced between only having two, or working with two of them. I would pick the Brave and the Bold and the Swamp Thing. The last two on his list for movies that they announced. Interesting. But it's like the Authority. Yeah, not even. Like, no. Like I said, was we gonna do weird cameos? Not a weird cameo. Like, the Authority is the Justice Society. When I start looking at it like this, it kind of makes me not want to watch Superman. It's like looking at these movies, like thinking like that way. I mean, you could be like, you. Shit. But it's like they're so serious. They're trying to send a message. And in my offense, with offense or whatever, or defense, whatever the fuck you want to call it, not that I need one, but I don't think I ever was like a Superman enthusiast ever once in my entire life, though. But I was always entertaining the idea of working on something. Why would? But at the same time, like, it's not my first pick. I would much rather work on like I said, a Scarecrow movie, a Lady Arcane movie, a dark Justice League movie, or something. Not Justice League, but I want the dark Justice League would be more down my alley. Like, I even think like the idea of having Black Adam versus Superman would have been great. Could have been. But at the same time, is it just a pointless, stupid fight? Like someone just trying to pick a fight? Yeah, something tells me that there probably was massive creative thought on that afterwards by who eventually took over as well with what was going on, and they saw it differently. I'm imagining. Starting to ASMR myself. You know what ASMR is good for? Not having to do. Jesus. It's good for killing brain cells. It's great for murdering brain cells.
Gov gave you the news then? We're leaving for Rosalith. But not before I know exactly what's going on. What have we heard?
All sorts. Nobody was expecting the Delmex to open up a new front against the Empire, least of all our friends in the provinces. Reports have been rolling in from all over the place, with no two saying the same thing. I've been passing them on to Vivian, in the hope she can make sense of them. If you're set on going, you'll want to talk to her.
Understood.
Here's something pops in my head. Would you rather, invisible chat that I can't see, would you rather are you more interested in like a dark Justice League or the Justice League, or like DC or Marvel? Because I keep sitting here thinking like there's really cool elements of dark side stuff too, with like Defenders, for example, but more grounded team based stuff. With like they have superpowers and shit, like just in Manhattan, and you have like, I mean, there's stuff at the end of the day. It's it's all superhero stuff and anti-villain stuff, but you trying to create some stories that people like, but it's well, fucking Superman, for God's sakes, I don't know, but look at like fucking, I don't know, Spider-Man swinging around the city, and then you have to worry about all this, like who owns what, you know? So it's like under DC, at least you know everything's owned by one company, right? So it's, you know, but it's like at the same time looking at Marvel, and you know what you have, and you know what, well, wait a second, how much time, how much money, whatever business needs to be done to be able to keep Spider-Man for things as well, or any Spider-Man character. Like Venom is even great with Wolverine, right? I mean, there's combinations of characters that you may never be able to do again. So it's like because separate ownerships. But then when you look at like the Defenders and like and just wanting them to be a part of something, there's, you know, a much bigger movie, a movie to build onto that stuff. It's just choices, I guess. Because what's really defeating is having to work with a corporation that may not allow anything, allow your image, you know, or something. It's like there are different things, and like it's almost like I almost expect Marvel to fuck up though, as a company, I guess. But at the same time, I expect them to also do certain things right, because the chances of them, are they going to be allowed to put the Defenders? Are they going to let themselves put the Defenders into a movie someday too? Is questions, or how would they execute it? And it's like obviously Spider-Man would be a great pick, right, as well. But it's at the same time, it's you know, Deadpool is great, you know, but it's also multiversal. And before you jump into multiversal stuff, you know, you kind of do want some grounded, at least one grounded fucking project at least. But I don't know if they're even going to be allowed to do any of that, or if they're going to let themselves be allowed to do it. Disney does feel like a pain in the ass at the same time. But if you get the offer and they're like, yeah, let's do it. Like down that rabbit hole, you have the Young Avengers kind of teased too. I'm not saying I'm against that, but I am saying like they got to do that right if they're going to do it, because that is, to me, feels like that one might even be a box office loss. Even though the comics, there's some good stories, like even Squirrel Girl as an addition could make some humor to it, like. But and then how guys are so sexist to the MCU, because if you think about it, the lineup that they got for the new Avengers is mostly females, so they're gonna have a hell of a time. They're gonna be very hateful, I'm sure. So it's like, in some ways, it makes me want to make the movie on purpose, just to piss them off at the same time. But it's a fuck it, this ain't for you. But anyway, but you have like that, and then you have the Avengers. Like I kept stressing this before, and I don't even know if it even matters anymore. But it's, if you take, you know, worry about the like getting distracted by that fucking IP over there with Sony, right? And be like, I want Venom, I want Spider-Man, but I want also Spider-Man 4. Why do they advertise get ready to tease Spider-Man 4? I mean, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 4, and then shut it down. It's like creative differences. You know, come on. I do believe Tobey Maguire Spider-Man is for the nostalgic OG fans, and it really drives with that audience. Tom is a lot more kiddish has more of an audience for the younger, but you have like, you know, Hugh Jackman's Wolverine is also for the older. So it's like, it's a little weird to be putting Tom Holland's Spider-Man, don't you think? Or even Andrew Spider-Man is weird with like Hugh Jackman, you know, Wolverine, and it's like, if you want to, unless you want this to be a comedy, then I guess fuck it, any, you know, cringy comedy, but it's not even going to be like that great, but it makes more sense as to put Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. Maybe I'm just stupid, but that's how I look at it. It makes more sense that the OGs should get their own movie and the new ones should get their own movie before you start throwing them into a movie with all of them in it. Especially now that you got the X-Men. Like, you could make room for other characters as well. It doesn't even need to be Avengers. It just kind of like need the old ones in it, like a movie, like that. I mean, where can the end of the Marvels could go? One thing we know is that different things cause like the destruction of universes, anomalies, effects. And Beast is not, you know, he even though he's like, he looks like a brawler, he might not like be intelligent, but he's actually super intelligent. And in looking at this, it's like, is this gonna start destroying their world? That having Monica Rambeau like put into that, it's gonna rock the hell out of that planet, their universe. They're gonna create an unstable anomaly. This is why I'm thinking like maybe this is that's already where it's lining up, like where you get them, because he's the original Beast, right? I think so. I don't remember. I think so, but and then so it's kind of like, and that makes sense if it does, because then you have Hugh Jackman, all OGs, Iron Man. You could even write Robert Downey Jr. back into that somehow, because it's like you have this. There's ways of making it work, but at the same time, it's so, you're working with a mess. It feels like, but you want something to be more structured, but sometimes it feels like it might be too late. And rushing into something for some of these projects is only like signing it up for a death sentence, something that would have been great. Like, take an idea that is so grand and they still fuck it up, you know, because if you think, well, there's no way they can fuck it up, that is not true. It's not how movies are made, not how scripts are made, and it's not the actor's fault if something does bomb. It's, through my experiences, it's either bad timing and fan bases and bad marketing, or really bad writing. Sometimes it's on the writer's fault. So a lot of times, so it's, or certain types of directions or something. But it's like, because I can see giant shots of things, and I've heard several times of like shots where they wanted shots for at least Secret Wars to be like, you know, have more than one thing going on. You know, like my Instagram shit sometimes is like scattered with Easter eggs. Like, I think it's a great idea, because I don't think any Marvel movie has ever placed like as many Easter eggs as I would probably if I were making one. Because I feel like there's a place for everything. in the universe, and sometimes having it so, and then if you're doing like collisions of worlds, you really don't have to have it make complete sense, because you're going to be able to create brand new worlds anyway that have nothing to do with this universe. So it's like you bringing in, so you kind of also get a chance to sadly make a fast universe, but not so much of the, but so it's kind of like, but you have it like kind of meshing, colliding. But then it's like Doctor Doom's going to stop it at the same time, weaponize it. If we're looking at words, and then Doctor Doom is the right word for Secret Wars. Even if it's too soon. But anyway, I don't know. Cringe. I do have a sense that some things are going to come out very cringy. Unfortunately. I could see it coming. Almost have a sense. But it's, I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out. Jessica Jones is great. Daredevil, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Spider-Man on that team as well. So there's all this type of stuff. It just feels like it's going to be a missed opportunity. That in itself for a full film, because if you look at Disney wanting a more grounded one, I'm talking about the Spider-Man movie. It's not a missed opportunity for Defenders. They own that IP. That would be Disney's fault. The only downfall is a Spider-Man IP. Anything that Sony owns over there would be missed out. So it's like, then Sony wants a multiversal film, which does feel it's too early, right? You could argue that, but then it's like, okay, well, we're gonna compromise. So here's this, and then they're gonna be like, well, ground here in this act, and then you gotta think like, okay, well, they're compromising. This is a business deal before a story. This is a business deal before a story. Let that sink in. So it's so you have this. Now you have to work around that business deal. So it's like you have this ground opening. What time is there? You're definitely gonna, so, and then multiversal. It's like, if you shoot anything with emotional with Peter Parker, you're gonna end up just throwing that in a movie like that. You're gonna have to throw that in deleted scenes. I bet you more than anything, if they even shoot that, it would just end up in the deleted scenes section. Because it's almost like it's a whole Spider-Man, like kind of with other heroes doing things. So it's like, if he, we might have a scene where he's like, as Peter Parker, like, what is his life like? But it's going to be so rushed, is what I'm saying. And that kind of, you got to be able to deliver that emotion, which is going to get buried by everything else, because Spider-Man's going to be able to take on this, because Spider-Man has more life than Peter. So it's like, when you're looking at that, and it's just like, and then the Defenders being on a team, now you're gonna have less screen time. You're not gonna be able to have a villain that is gonna just, you know, you're not gonna be able to just keep one villain now, I guess, because now you're wanted to go multiversal. So it's like whatever villain you're using now has to do this. So I pitched ideas for villains that I think would make sense for someone who has lost their or is restarting and has lost himself or has found himself in Spider-Man, but all outside. It's almost like, how would you feel? I'd be like, eventually, I might be okay with it at first, right? But then afterwards, as Peter Parker would be like, I don't even want to exist. Like at some point, maybe his psyche is just like, he does start to just be like, it's easier to be Spider-Man. Even when he's taking on and saving. But then you can ask, why is he even wearing a mask? He has no one to save, no one to protect. Can you even ask that question? Who's he trying to protect? Exactly. There's some personal questions for the character underneath the mask that I feel like will get wasted away and not make it because they want it to go fast, the multiverse. That's why I said that I actually agree with Disney. I do believe it should be a grounded film. Because before it goes into multiversal. You make the 5th film multiversal, but, not the 4th. The 4th is like, I don't know, I feel like there's going to be so much rush, but it wouldn't be the first time when we lost of, what could have been. It's taken on a lot. That's why sometimes I would, if I was actually even able to be allowed to be a part of Disney and not have to, whatever, try not to say anything bad, but I'm able to do this, then I do understand why part of Disney would be like feeling like, should we be wasting our time with Spider-Man? Like part of us, because it was like, but also part would be like, this is our last chance. Like we need to do at least what we can do, what we want to do. I don't think we're going to be allowed to do everything that we want to do because we don't even fucking own the IP to begin with, but at least we could try and do what we might have wanted, would have done. And I think at the end of the day, this may be the last trilogy, because I don't know if Disney would want to sign up for another headache with that. So it's like, I don't think there will be 9 movies with Disney. There might not even be 6 with it. They might not even fulfill the entire contract. They might just do like the 3 Avenger films or whatever they're gonna do. Probably that one with Tobey Maguire will be part of the contract. The multiversal film, the Young Avenger film concept, they're probably the 3 right there. They'll probably get to make Spider-Man 4, and Spider-Man 5, but like something that just hunch, Spider-Man 6 may never get made. There's Spider-Man 6, even though it's signed on. I mean, many companies have been signed on for things before, but timelines should go unused. People have wasted money before, so it wouldn't be the first time. But the thing is that I think it would be the final straw. Like, for a while at least. I'm calling right now that you may get the last Disney Spider-Man association either in the end of 2020 or the beginning of 2030 is when it will be the final nail in the coffin, where they're like they may even be able to ride it out that long, but I think afterwards, because 2030 we need that time for Runaways, Midnight Suns, and the Fallen Angels, and more X-Men movies and Fantastic Four films and stuff like that. There probably won't be any Avengers films, but there'll be like a whole bunch of different cool films with different teams. Might not even be any single solo films, like because it's more easier. Occasionally there might be like one every once in a while, but special treatment films for a character. But I think I could see that dying out at some point with Disney and them focusing on teams. That's like, and if they do a movie with a single character, they're gonna still have other people in those movies anyway, which is really cool when they do that. But I could see like that being like a bonus every now and then. And in some ways, it's kind of easier. Come to think about it, because then they don't have to make any of these worry about. It's like just be like, oh, that character is doing its own thing over there. Who knows? Again, it's more of a headache. I don't even know why I do that to myself. It's great ideas. Great ideas. What are you gonna push for? I'm gonna push for. What can I benefit out of any of this selfishly? Am I gonna be able to get? Is anybody single? Am I gonna be able? What about Kristen? I almost said Kristen Stewart. She hasn't been part of the MCU. Like it's like, but yeah, it's like looking at. It's like MCU. The next thing you're like, I don't know if I want to be hired. I don't even know if I want to take this on unless I can get a girlfriend. Am I going to be able to find my true love in this business? In this career set? Or is this a waste of time? Because it's almost like sad. It might make you want to cry and give up, quit, because you're like, I can't even make what I want. Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with business and corporations?
If it isn't my favorite pupil. Let's see now.
Mine.
Where did we leave?
You're my favorite in this game. How about that?
Well, this is a surprise. My lectures are rarely so well attended.
You know what they say? A little knowledge, can't hurt?
Love that. The name on the Instagram was The Real Christian Ritter.
What's the situation there?
Whoa there, Lord Rossfield. I'm sure you're champing at the bit to return to your roost. But to fully understand the present situation, one must first understand how it came to be.
Let us begin with the story of Hugo Kupka,
or the permanent economic advisor to the Dalmekian government, to give him his formal title. In a republic founded on commerce, there could hardly be a more influential position. It has granted him both extraordinary wealth and extraordinary power. Not that he ever wanted for the latter. Being Titan's dominant, he's also Dalmekia's last line of defense, a fact he has used to his considerable advantage. Why, he was even able to pry Drake's Fang, one of the pillars of the Republic, from Parliament's grip. And he was quick to buy the loyalty of the Fang's protectors. Today they are his faithful creatures, a private army in all but name. The self-same army that marches upon Rosarian soil as we speak. By which I mean Imperial soil, not that you need reminding of the fact. Suffice it to say, the Empire's attentions are elsewhere at present.
I'm pretty sure my experience is being tampered with right now.
Dominion, where its legions are now gathered.
Scarcely a handful of garrisons remained to secure its western provinces, and half of them left after the fall of Drake's breath. With the threat of the Ironblood thus diminished, they had little cause to fear a maritime invasion. And so today, only a token force guards the former duchy's shores, as Kupka was quick to descry. He landed his troops on the Rosarian coast without encountering so much as a single ship.
I'm gonna go listen to Peaceful.
He wants your head.
Only Peaceful.
And so he and his men
can't have it.
upon Rosalith, not to capture
no
the
one.
province,
Exclusively
but to draw
mine.
you out.
No one. Want your
You
head.
said Kupka's forces sailed up the coast. What of Port Isolde then? Is the city safe?
Quite, according to the Guardians of the Flame. The Dhalmekian fleet floated by without incident, but not without remark. When they learned Kupka's forces were making for Rosalith, our friends were quick to begin arranging the exodus of her citizens. And so the stage will soon be set for your heroic homecoming. Alas, it will be a more trying task to enter the capital than it was to leave it. Hugo's men hold Buett Bridge, despite the Imperials' repeated attempts to wrest it back from their grasp. And they were careful not to repeat the Empire's mistake in neglecting their coastal defenses. The seas around Rosalith are firmly under Dhalmekian control. So tell me, pupil mine, what do you believe to be the best route to Rosalith?
The north. We cross the northern border near Phoenix Gate, then take the road through Stillwind down to the capital. Hardly the quickest route, but at least we won't be spotted.
A little local knowledge goes a long way, and so must you.
We'd best get a move on then.
Oh, will you be going too?
Aye. I've been waiting a long time to give that fucker a taste of his own medicine. I would have missed this for the world.
All right. We should be on our way.
Lead on.
Oh, fuck.
Ring around the rosy.
Fortify the castle gates.
I am my own worst enemy. Alright. Who's texting me?
Hugo and his men have been busy. We've already breached the castle's outer wall. The Imperials are
That's
holding
funny.
for now, but it's only a matter of time before the king
Shaky
falls.
knees. I just mentioned them.
Those fuckers really went to town on this place. Almost like they want to wipe it off the map.
Just a means to an end.
All this
I don't know if I have the mental capacity to be talking to strangers.
If you keep your wits about
Right
you,
now.
I reckon you can make it up to the castle without raising the alarm.
So you might hate me. Someone else messaged me too.
I'll sniff out any townsfolk who haven't escaped yet and send them on the way.
I do get messages from strangers. Probably just like everyone.
Don't do anything I
Not as
wouldn't
much as
do.
anyone else. I'm not that. I'm not like famous. save this. Come on. Rodent experience. Feeling like not interested. Trying not to.
I thought I was ready for this. But
be an evil son of a bitch.
It's like a nightmare. This was our home.
And it cost me my brain cells in the process. That's
Come on,
all.
Clive. We have to keep going.
This means I'm dying. Right? Capital punishment. Just living in this nightmare is punishing enough. Did you agree? Maybe not. You're a sick son of a bitch. It's worse. Sick son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Famous son of a bitch. That's for F. That's for Z. That's for capital punishment. And numbering the English alphabet. We will associate that with some programmable structure of the mind. People think this. How is that sexy? There's nothing sexy about that. It's more of like robot emotionlessness. It feels like what I would imagine a robot feels like, with zero emotions. Alright. Like, I heard someone once say that was like something numbers and letters, and that people associated that with pleasure. I don't get it. This, to me, sounds like, if anything, head trauma, like an absolutely, like, I don't know, robot. When I use it as like an encrypted code language. I like to think of it like like I'm combating the mind fucks. I'm like modern going to war with the modern. And sometimes I'll purposely like corrupt the language. So right when they're reading it, they think. And maybe I'll even be like, I'll pretend, mislead them, pretend that I'm how am I going to look at this? Let me see here. You know how people look at at one thing, and then you're trying to like slate another site on top of it? But then no one will ever know me. Who the fuck am I? Don't go down that rabbit hole. You lose yourself in the process. This might be too honest, but you know what I see? A blank. I literally see everything and nothing. You know, it's all some programmable structure of the mind. If you start seeing every letter as a number, rearrange it, your next second you're looking at things, you can have yourself being dyslexic, seeing ECIDNAERIF when you're looking at ice and fire. You know how people associate with temperature, sometimes with even sexuality, and then you're trying to like understand what the fuck that even means that way. Like some kind of like people are affected, like a kink. I said, like like it's almost like a hinge thing. Like they're like basically like finding pleasure in their breaking internally. Whatever. But anyway, it's all fucking languages and programs. It's quite emotionless. What emotion do I come off? It's like democracy gets to decide. And am I gonna, what am I supposed to just let their decision become real? Newsflash, it's never worked and it never will. They've never won that war. Unless I'm mocking them temporarily. And even then, they still don't win. But anyway, happy trying to solve everything like it's a problem. Hope it works out for you. Because I'm going to stop streaming. And I'm going to live happily ever after in the darkness alone or not. Because I wouldn't say no if, the right woman showed up. Let's just put it that way. It's all words until it's not. Just wait. You'll see me live on TV one day. Maybe I'll be scaring people, though. Maybe you won't want to see me on live TV because it'll be a horror movie. And you'll be like, oh my god, because when you see me in real life, you'll run away. And then I'll really be fucked for life, right? Or I'll be grateful for all of the hatred and all of your fears. To break you with fear would be a dream come true. To get you to watch my horror films would be a dream come true. Wouldn't you agree? Like I said, with a little work, you may not believe it or not, but I could cast myself as Victor Jonathan Crane, at least the older version. I'm convinced that I could play Scarecrow, a version of Scarecrow. I think as a character I could, especially, I'd be like, I want him to be fugly, even more fugly than I am. You're saying I want like his hair, like, maybe there's bits and pieces, like when he's not wearing his, mask, like it's like blotched here and shit, like blotched, and he's like, he's terrifying and gross just to look at. Meanwhile, you just see me sitting at a desk working with pharmaceuticals 90% of the movie. Just kidding. While I'm looking hideous. So what that guy doing? He's shaking up the drugs. He's shaking up the drugs. Wouldn't it be fun? Just you and me. and a blade. Maybe I'll even be the Joker one day. If I'm just keen enough to skim back the layer of my hair. Would you love me if I was bald? If I had no hair? Would you love me if I had a hair in my eyes, a patch of hair growing right here? Would you? Would I be worthy for all the donators in the world to be giving me their money so I can make nightmares come real? I can't imagine. I can very much imagine. I can see the worst of the worst projected in my mind as I speak. I might even like that my skin is slightly falling off. Might have properties for my horrific project. Do you think karma is overdue? If I can't break the Batman, I'll break people into fearing the Batman. Remember that? Gun for their demons. Teach them to hate. Well, it was never my intention to have fear as the final emotion of the drug. I mean, after all, the Scarecrow does serve more than one purpose. You know, sometimes when I think of the acting idea of transforming, I think of how Phoenix's Joker and how good a psychotic Scarecrow could be in one of his Joker films in the future, perhaps. Give up on true love. Gun for the dream. Break for the dream, make for the dream, create for the dream, destroy for the dream. Creation, create, destroy, create, destroy. I want you to stand in the corner and repeat after me. Create, destroy, create, destroy, create, destroy. Create, destroy the demonic properties of the arcs. dark ambience. You know, walking into the Dark Entry Forest, not to prove that it's real, or to prove that it's not real, but to prove that I'm real. And that I can harness the power of the paranormal. Why be a paranormal hunter, chaser? When you can be a real life vampire. Absorb the essence. Imprison demons in yourself. So you should not be doing that. You cannot be provoking such things into existence. Well, that's the thing about existence. It's the moment you forget that it's created when someone creates it for you. Both living and dead. You want to know a secret? Whatever the dead can do, the living can too. And vice versa.
You see me. You see me merge from the shadows, flickering in between life and death. What is real? What is not real? Am I on your head, in your head, on your floor, in your roof? Anywhere you look, I am there. My soul, amplified as plurals throughout the multiverse. For I do and do not exist.
I mean, it's really bad camera accident. Definitely needs. Could be better. Could be worse. But could definitely be better. Quite proud of what you've achieved. Keep up the good work. To be young and to know that you can be good at evil all at once. What crimes such youth can get away with. Time travel. To be a psychopath. You and the darkness. You and the darkness. You and the darkness. You see, there's just not enough life. We need more essence. They say we aren't real, but yet here we are. Do you know what's cringier and more scarier than a movie? Is a movie that speaks to you and into you. And starts to influence you. And the real war begins. The internal war. There you go, Disney. There you go, free. Avengers Internal War. The Internal War. War for eternity. The Internal War for the Internals. The Internal War. The Internals, what everything is made of. Write another line for a script and never get known for it. Too easy to get robbed. You know, a fan just got to pitch an idea. A fan never really has to get recognized, now do they? That's not how corporate cults work. Your name doesn't even need to be on the project. You just need to be able to make it from the darkness, the shadows, influence it. Make them think that they're in charge, that they're the ones making it. Whisper into them. They want uncanny. Well, I'll give them uncanny. Uncanny is what I can do for you. What a view. I mean, there's been worse MCU castings for villains. I can give you uncanny. So who the fuck are you? Who are we not? And when are we? Soon. I will be you and you will be me. Trait by trait. After all, characters live and die. Do you want to know what fiction and non-fiction have in common? Characters Create, destroy, create, destroy. If I'm not careful, democracy will come, and they'll vote on an identity. A timer. I'll grand hold. How long are you? To fall in love with hair. To fall in love with a trait. To fall in love with a character. No wonder why it's so easy for people to fall out of love. You're not really married. Because you haven't met me yet. Your soulmate. I mean, worst case scenario, we can be teaming up with a company like Blumhouse and make a horrific horror movie. So it wouldn't be the first. But here's something for you. Scream 7 times. Wes Craven's New Nightmare. I mean, anybody can put on an obsession, become an obsession, right? But can the obsession take over you? Put on the mask, Scooby-Doo. It's time for our reunion. I'm sick and tired of the way these movies have been. I tried several times to get recasted, for them to find a way for me to live again. When COVID hit, my career went to shit. People stopped casting me. I said, what better way but to bring one of my most beloved films to life? You see, why can't a genie be real? Why can't a demon be real? Is it a ghost? What you're so good at. To do what you truly are good at. I was born for a sequel. But yet they killed me in the first movie. So I'm about to make them make the sequel. The world's greatest horror movie. Realist horror movie. And all I need is the ghost face mask. They've already brought it to life. Unleash the genie out of its bottle. for a real psychotic. It's an obsession over the mask. R-rated Scooby-Doo. I can see it. I can see it for sure. Scream 7. Scream 7. That's also the 7th letter in the alphabet. But you know what that stands for? Ghostface. Alright. If they don't let me make that movie, hopefully they let Shaggy make the movie. I'm gonna go for now. Because they need the original cast for Scream 7. And you can't tell me that that's not a great idea, because Wes Craven's New Nightmare is one of the greatest fucking potential greatest horror movies of all time. How they adapted something and to try to make it real. And then Scream 7 would be even better. It's like Scream, you know, because it's more real, that's why. That's why Scream. Integrating New Nightmare in with Scream 7, there ain't no, it's not about a fictional demon, necessarily. It's about a real demon. You know, someone who actually, and how, what it takes and where to go to put on that ghost face and why. And to bring it to life. And everybody that was in the first, at least the first 2 films, are absolutely going to, are more than welcome to return for the movie. And yes, the killer is very obvious, but also not so obvious in the movie. It's very hard to have more than one person share an obsession and to execute it correctly. You know, cults in the real world are real, that are very able to be made, but they always require a structure or a leadership, or leader, an inspiration. And if we can't make an R-rated Scooby-Doo movie, then why not a Scream New Nightmare?